All right, good morning, Madam Vice Mayor. We are ready to go.
Okay, we are going to open the Wednesday, October 22nd City Council meeting. Welcome, everybody. We are going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I've asked Tyler Shaw to lead us today, please. Tyler. Thank you very much. Can we please have roll call?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We're calling roll for Wednesday, October 22nd. Vice Mayor Taylor.
Here.
Councilmember Doer.
Here.
Martinez.
Here.
Ebert.
Here.
Reese.
Here.
Anderson.
Here.
Mayor Sheevy.
Here.
You do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you very much. We will move into public comment.
Madam Vice Mayor, first item today is opening public comment. It should be noted for those in the attendance that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you're called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you've stated your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers, in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting, may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If the behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Our first public commenter today is Terry Brooks, followed by Stephen White, followed by Steve McKirk.
Good morning, Terry.
My thoughts on physiological changes in age and what seniors go through. As we all grow older, our bodies begin to change in a different way than when we were young, and it might feel a bit strange. When we were younger, we were somewhat hyperactive, but when we grow older, we become less active. As we grow older, our bodies begin to ache, and if we're in an accident, our bones will more easily break. We may get arthritis, which can lead to a lot of pain, especially in a humid environment and during a lot of rain. We might begin to realize that our joints, such as our hip or knee, are not quite as functional as they used to be, and that our muscles in our leg or arm are not as strong as they used to be and not as able to prevent possible harm. We're not quite as physically active after we retire, and we're not able to do some things that we might desire. And when we're old, our balance isn't what it used to be back when we were young and thought that we were accident-free. Now that we are getting old, we're more likely to fall down, and it's harder to get back up after falling down. The weight of our body is hard enough to carry, so it's difficult to have anything else to carry. And the weight of our body is hard enough to balance, so it's difficult to have anything else to balance. Our own body becomes quite the burden to bear, which can put us in a state of despair. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back if I'm able to walk here that day. Thank you.
Stephen White, followed by Steve McKirk, followed by Paula McDonough.
Good morning, folks. I got something here for you today. Figured I'd put my money where my mouth is. And, my name is Stephen C. White. I'm a notorious artist and defender of self-expression through the oldest forms of human self-expression, the fine arts. I've created a sculpture for you that I'm donating to the artists of the city of Reno, and really the artists of the world. And I've titled the sculpture Mushroom of the Butterfly Effect. And here's a picture of it. To get this set up here. Because it's a sculpture, I'm hoping that you will gather with me or join with me in my artistic vision. Just like mushrooms grow in different clusters in the forest, I'm hoping that you will provide funding that we can reproduce my sculpture at least 10 times and place them in groupings in various public parks around the city. I enlisted an apprentice artist to help me put this up down here in the park a couple of weeks ago. You might know who this guy is. And he absolutely loved it. And Nathan's invited me to speak before the gathering of all the park administrators for the state of Nevada in April. If we can get this done before April, I can present this entire package, the Art in the Park legislation from the state, the court rulings, and the sculptures of these displays in the parks around the city. And maybe we can spread this to parks all over the state of Nevada. And in so doing, maybe Nevada can become the example for cities all over the country, because the mayor then can take this entire package to the National Mayor's Conference. And therefore, the butterfly effect. Maybe we can spread that all over the country and give young people and old people and everybody a chance, a venue to share the beauty of their artwork with their community. There are no venues for fine artists, painters, sculptors, photography, drawings. There are no venues for them anymore. Think about it. They can't do festivals anymore. All these young people, young artists, seniors, they can't do these festivals. They cost too much. And it's just impossible to do it. But putting these up in the park, all it takes is a little, S-shaped hook that they can make out of a coat hanger to be able to hang their artwork on these displays. And each one of these sculptures can accommodate 4 artists, each artist taking a wedge, 56 square feet to be able to hang their artwork on. These will be anchored to the ground with spikes that'll hold them all down. There's a framework that'll go around the top of the panels that the umbrella will be attached to. And the umbrella is actually made out of bamboo, which is stronger than metal and stronger than regular wood ones. And also in wintertime, you can take the umbrellas down, of course, leave the sculptures up.
Thank
So
you.
I'm sure hoping you folks should maybe find, this one cost me $1,000 out of money. The sculpture, you can use some of the 2% of the annual budgets allocated for the arts. Maybe you can take arts revenue.
Thank you.
So it out of pocket.
Followed by Jerry Misbud.
Good morning, Mayor Sheevy and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Steve McCourt. I'm District Manager of Operations. One of our green trucks, that's my responsibility. Today, I'm excited to share some key updates and innovations that reflects our ongoing partnership with the city of Reno. I'm proud to first highlight our collaboration with the city's streets department, specifically with Matt Bowe and Tim Hendricks. He was tasked with updating outdated concrete containers and black ash receptacles that are downtown. In their place, they deployed big belly solar compactors, which offer triple the capacity and improve efficiency. We were able to make sure that these containers were serviced promptly and swiftly during the deployment as those changes were being made. I have a picture here for the next part, if you can zoom into that one a little bit. As you know, our city's historic layout narrow roads and alleyways can be difficult for modern service vehicles to manage. To meet this challenge, we're piloting a smaller collection vehicle based on the Ford F600 platform that allows us to maintain viable service in areas with limited access without compromising safety or efficiency. This is a picture of one of those vehicles right there. As you can see, it's a little bit smaller than next to the garbage truck that's next to it, but exciting new piece of equipment we have. Reno's a city that thrives on events, from Hot August Nights to the Italian Festival, the Santa Crawl, to Chicken Wing Festival. Our crews are working very hard behind the scenes to make sure that waste is managed seamlessly. We coordinate bin delivery and removal around the clock by navigating street closures and even the creative parking situation that we have to get around on a day-to-day basis. Our goal is to keep Reno clean and welcoming no matter the occasion. I also want to recognize the outstanding work of the Housing and Neighborhood Development team, especially Roberta Lara and Corey Fisher. Their coordination with our operations managers ensures that those ward cleanups are executed professionally and efficiently. These events involve staging full disposal sites within a matter of an hour and make sure we get hundreds of residents through that safely and smoothly. These efforts also help prevent illegal dumping, which is a win for the entire community. As the weather begins to cool around Reno, you may be hearing more reports of bear activity in residential neighborhoods. One of the key recommendations for the Nevada Department of Wildlife to reduce bear encounters is securing your trash. Waste Management offers locking wildlife-resistant containers within the city of Reno. These carts are serviced at a rate of $6 more than your standard carts. Demand for these carts has increased significantly, and while our current inventory has been depleted, we expect stock to be in by the end of next week and begin deployment again on that. Thank you again for your time and continued partnership. We look forward to sharing more updates in future meetings and the support of the city of Reno and to keep our community clean, safe, and sustainable.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your partnership on our cleanups too. We really appreciate it.
Yes.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I may. Mr. McQuirk, thank you so much. I wanted to echo the Vice Mayor's comments about our cleanups. I think, as you know, a couple of months ago, we were planning these cleanups for the fall, and we didn't have the hazardous or e-waste component. But thanks to Waste Management's partnership with the city, we were actually able to pivot rather quickly and add those components. And I can tell you from each of the members on this dais how very grateful we are for that. They have been very well attended in terms of what is happening there. And you're right, it's about keeping that stuff out of our desert. It's about keeping them out of the rivers. So it really has been a very great partnership, and we owe you a great deal of gratitude. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Absolutely. Our pleasure. Thank you.
Paula McDonough, followed by Jerry Mifsud.
Morning, Paula.
Hi. Thank you. My name is Paula McDonough, and I live at 100 North Arlington Avenue. Anyway, I want to report that the Plaza Resort Club Hotel, which I believe might be under new management, has been killing pigeons downtown. I've lived in the downtown area on Arlington Avenue for about 20 years. Until about 10 days ago, I've never seen a dead pigeon, never, in downtown Reno. In the last 10 days, I've seen at least 20 to 30 dead pigeons. They land on the sidewalk or on the curbs or something like that. I live in Arlington Towers, overlooking the rooftop of the Plaza Resort Club Hotel, which is the rooftop is divided into two parts: an outdoor lounge area accessible to its guests, and a rooftop containing the glass rooftop of an indoor swimming pool and the sorts of mechanical devices normally found on a commercial rooftop. Pigeons often occupy the mechanical area, usually perching on the roof edge and, of course, occasionally pooping. The hotel has been poisoning the pigeons with food. I have one of the dead pigeons in a bag in my freezer, so an autopsy could be performed to verify this statement. And I would like to know if you can suggest what departments I could take this to with my concerns. Apparently, pigeons are not protected by the Wildlife Act, but poisoning them is against the law. So.
Thank you, Paula. We're going to have somebody meet with you, and the city manager is also looking into it. Thank you for that.
Oh, are they?
Yes,
Okay, great.
absolutely. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you. What?
Jerry Mifsud.
You want it?
I'll take your minute. Oh, Gary, who? You know how to say my last name here. I'm lonely. Oh, straighten up, okay? Okay. My name is Jerry Mifsud, AKA Jerry the Pizza Man. At 4:08 in the morning, 80 years ago, my mom gave me birth. So I'm 80 years old today. Mm. Come on, give it up. Um, the doctor said to my mother, Marion, mm, you have 7 sons. Guess what? You got another one. My mom said, I've run out of boys' names. So Dr. Jerry said, name him after me. So, 80 years. What have I learned? Well, the thing is, I'm learning something every day. Kindness goes a long way. Listening speaks volume. There's no room for hate. Give, 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 give. And it all comes back to you, but don't look for it. I, I, I remember the last day of my mom's life. She asked me to come and visit her. She had all these problems. She put up with a lot of BS from my dad. She was in a lot of pain. So I went and I knelt in front of a picture of the Sacred Heart of Jesus. And I said, Jesus, take my mom home. She's suffered enough. She's given everything. Please, take her home. I went back and sat with Mom. She was funny. When I hugged her goodbye, I had this sinking feeling it'd be the last time I see her. 4 hours later, I got a phone call. Your mother just had a fatal heart attack. I went and I sat on the beach that night. But and the clouds opened up and the moon shined right on me. With my mom. I'll see her again someday. Ta-da.
Art Rangel via Zoom.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can,
We
thank
can hear
you.
you, Art.
You can? Okay. For the record, Art Rangel, 255 North Sierra Street. Alicia Barber had a good article referenced in today's This is Reno. I was also referencing that article as an appellant to the Globe Plaza CUP. So I will speak to agenda items C5 and C6 on your council agenda. She referenced her book, Reno's Big Gamble, published in 2008, well before the so-called Neon Line Development Agreement between the city of Reno and Jacobs Entertainment, which, as it turns out, appears to be yet another big gamble. I'm still amazed that 8 years after the approval of the so-called development agreement, we still have no idea what Jacobs proposes to do with the 100 plus properties under his control, which make up much of downtown Reno. In my many decades of working for various municipalities as a city planner, economic and redevelopment director, and consultant, I've never seen a city give up its land use authority to a developer. But this is what happens when a city gives up that land use authority. Michael Leonard also published an article this morning related to Jacobs Control Properties, which should give us an insight to the effects of the development agreement. On Monday, I watched President Sandoval's State of the University address and was very impressed by the accomplishments the university has made over the past few years, from the recent opening of its state-of-the-art business building to the workforce housing 400-unit public-private partnership housing project for graduate students and faculty on the south side of I-80 in downtown Reno. The UNR agreement with GSR for the state-of-the-art arena was truly transformative and a catalyst project of the right project at the right location, justifying the use of tax increment financing. In addition, the arena project will set a very high bar for future projects to aspire to. My point is that the premier institution in Northern Nevada, because of its vision and execution, should be a model for the city of Reno to follow. I want to make one more project. The thing that needs to be done downtown on the vacant properties, under the not only in the control of Jacobs but anybody, needs to be high floor to area ratio, which is what generates tax increment, not flat fields or vacant parking lots. The whole objective of redevelopment is not just to eliminate blight, but to introduce vitality, economic vitality, and generate tax increment. Thank you for your time.
Madam Vice Mayor, we have no additional public comment registered. For the record, we did receive 7 comments which were general in nature, submitted to our online public comment form or to my office prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, October 21st. 1 letter of support and 6 letters of concern. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are part of the official record.
Okay, thank you. We'll close public comment and ask the Madam Manager if we have any changes to the agenda before approval.
We do. Thank you very much. We will pull item 7, we will pull item C7 regarding sewer user rate increases. We will also have a attorney-client meeting between 12 and 1 today. That's time certain. Also, our rapid rehousing pilot program will begin no later than 2 o'clock. Other than that, and the RDA will come right after pulled consent items. We will open the RDA, hear both items, close the RDA, and then move into item C1. Then we'll hear everything in the order presented.
Move to approve.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next, we're moving on to item A5, which is approval of the minutes.
Moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion or changes? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay. We are moving into the consent agenda. Madam or Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do not have any public comment registered and have not received any correspondence.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to start with online. Do Council Member Ebert or Madam Mayor have any items that they would like to pull on consent?
Yeah, Council Member Ebert for the record. I'd like to pull B14 and also B15 and also B16. Thank you.
Thank you,
Nothing for me.
Madam Mayor?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Nothing, thank you.
To my right? No? To my left? Okay, perfect.
Move to approve all remaining items.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
carries. We'll now move on to pooled consent items, starting with item B14. Councilmember Ebert.
Yes, B14 is a grant for trees along Silver Lake Boulevard, and I just wanted to kind of see if there's any presentation or discussion we can have on this, just because I really appreciate this happening at this location. I know I've taken a tour with our urban forestry guy, Matt, and he's done a great job, and also Nathan from Parks and Rec. So just want to kind of talk about how this came to be and what the plans are for this area.
Councilmember Ebert, we don't have a person right now to answer your questions. Can we move on to item B15? Is that okay? Or do you want to approve it and get some backup information, whichever you prefer?
Yeah, we can move on to B15. So this is just, I like to make sure everybody's aware if they're watching this now or later, what's going on with these streets. So we're accepting streets. These are streets that, are built by a developer, need to get up to, I believe, City of Reno code. And then we, accept them, and then we become responsible for street sweeping and snow plowing if needed and those types of things. So if there's anybody here that can just kind of talk about what this change means.
Looks like we have somebody approaching the podium.
Great, thanks.
We have somebody for B15? Okay, we're gonna go back to B14.
Okay,
And we'll get your B15 here in the queue.
great.
Thank you.
Back to trees, Landon.
Back to trees. Hello, everyone. Sorry for the technical problems here. I was watching on Zoom and then we got up here. But Landon Miller, Fund Development Manager for Parks and Rec for the record here. Here to talk about item B14. Do you have any specific questions, Councilmember Ebert, on this one?
Yeah, just kind of if you can explain the process here, because I know I've brought up trees, the importance of trees to me in my ward many times. So I just want people to know like what kind of work you did to get this grant and kind of what are some of our limitations. I know we can't plant trees where we don't have park space or irrigation. So just want to kind of hear like how we picked this spot and how we were able to get this funding.
Yeah, so we were lucky in the fact that the company actually reached out to us. Their Impact Envy, they offered a donation of $7,000 to get those trees planted. There's going to be about 35 total. And then we're also working with Swire Coca-Cola to actually plant those trees during an employee give back kind of a day. That's going to be on November 1st. So Matt Brzezina and Matt Basil, our urban forester, went out to the site. They made sure that it was suitable for the types of trees and everything there. And they determined that it was a good location. The trees will survive. And that's kind of how it works. So this was all a community-driven effort. They were the ones who reached out to us. And we're grateful for their partnership and we're grateful for their support.
And Councilmember Ebert, for the record, can you tell me if they picked the location or how did we end up on this street in this section?
Yeah, they are the ones that picked the location, I'm pretty sure, with confirmation from our urban forester. So I can get you that answer specifically, but my understanding is that's how it worked.
No, I just like people to know because I do, like I said, it really want to highlight the need for trees in Ward 4. So I just want people to understand what happened here and how we got here. I have had some people reach out to me about it. I had people at my coffee with your council member kind of ask questions about it on Sunday. So just wanted to give people an opportunity to hear how we got here. And not everybody has access to the same kind of information we do. So just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about that. So I don't have any other questions. If anybody else does, go ahead.
I think we're ready for a motion, Councilmember Ebert.
Okay. All right. I'd like to make a motion to accept.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, do we have anybody we're going to move on to B16.
Okay.
We're still waiting for B15, Councilmember Ebert.
Okay. Yeah, we can just talk high level about what this is. I don't know if there's any kind of presentation or.
I don't think there's a presentation. Is somebody coming up? Are you here for B14 or B16?
We're 50.
Okay, B15.
Come up, please.
Come on up.
Good morning, Douglas Buck with Development Services.
Great. And we're on B15, you said?
Yes.
Okay, so the reason I want to pull this one, I always like to pull out pretty much everything that's in Ward 4 except a business license usually. But I've had people reach out to me from new developments upset that City of Reno is not maintaining them yet, and they just haven't been accepted by the city yet. So can you just kind of say what happens once a street transitions from the developer to City of Reno? Like what happens at that point?
So in a public street, once the developer completes the improvements, there's a 1-year warranty, and the developer's contractor, the developer maintains the street during that period. At the end of the warranty, Public Works will do another walkthrough and maintain the street after that, once it's accepted by the city, of course.
Okay, so does that mean the city would be responsible for the sidewalks along there, or is it just actually the street, like I mentioned, the street sweeping and potentially snow plowing, depending on where it is?
For a public street with public sidewalks that are in the right of way, the adjacent property owner is typically responsible for maintaining the street sidewalk. Other than that, everything you said is correct. The city will perform snow plowing, street maintenance whatever's necessary.
Great. All right. Thank you so much. Like I said, I have actually had people, upset that some things weren't done by City of Reno, and I just want everyone to know that there's, until we accept them, that we don't really maintain those areas. And it just comes up because I have a lot of new housing developments coming into my area. So some people just are not aware of the process. So thank you so much for providing that information.
Absolutely.
Was there any other question? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. If I may.
Yeah.
Okay. My question is, before the street is accepted by the city during that warranty period, or even after, it's built, are they clearing the sidewalk? I mean, the street with snow plowing and those kind of activities? Like, who is doing it in this interim time?
That is my understanding, Carrie. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, they have their own
Mhm.
snow plow, they're
Yeah.
responsible.
Yeah, they would hire a contractor.
Okay,
to
and
do
just
that.
to be clear on what maintaining the sidewalks means, what you're saying there is from that time on, the residents have to clear snow off the sidewalk. I think that's a requirement within a certain amount of time.
Correct.
Do you recall, is it 24 hours
I
or?
don't know the.
Okay, and then it's come up quite a bit recently in my ward that when the sidewalks need to be replaced, we seem to be setting up SADs to then charge residents that live at the sidewalks for that. Is that correct, Ms. Koski?
Hi.
Carrie Koski, your Director of Public Works. The responsibility of the sidewalk is the property owners. The property owners cause the damage. So
Or
if
people walking by their house, I mean.
if the sidewalk is if the damage to the sidewalk is caused by the property owners, they're responsible for it. Yes.
But what if not? It's just, use. It's, like you just did, I believe, a big project over in California.
So like, for instance, for ice melt. So a lot of times people don't understand that ice melt does cause problem to the surface of the sidewalks. So in all of our new neighborhood street projects, we send out notifications and we educate the property owners. We've even sent out things on our social media to let folks know that some of the things that can happen when you use certain products. Now, if there is no, if the damage is not caused by the property owner, then the City of Reno, like sometimes we'll see sidewalks panels lifted.
Yeah.
So we will come through and either Public Works will put it on our contract or we'll have our maintenance and operations folks address those. We have a significant backlog of sidewalk repairs, as you can imagine. But we do try to hit all of the priority areas first.
Okay, well, going forward, maybe for the manager, I'd love to get a memo on when the sidewalks are the city's responsibility and when they're the residents. It would help me a lot, and I'm sure all the council members, because these are questions I get a fair amount. And it's a little bit confusing to explain.
Actually, I think we can go in further and do a presentation about kind of a tutorial about the care and feeding of a sidewalk and what is and isn't okay, and also the order of priorities and how the Public Works teams prioritizes them, and then we can publicize the order.
That'd be great. And when you decide that there's an SAD needed, versus when it's going to be done by the city at our expense.
We can certainly do that.
That'd be
Yes.
great. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Reaver, back to you for a motion, please.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to accept.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to item B16. You're up, Councilmember Ebert.
Yeah, I think I said earlier, just looking for some context and just a little brief explanation about what this is.
Okay, Matt Taylor, Assistant Finance Director for the City of Reno. This is an annual resolution that the Finance Department brings to council every year to designate which funds are going to be classified as major funds in our annual ACFR. And there's a series of calculations that go through to determine which funds are considered major. And this year, the funds remain the same as from the prior year, as the general fund, which is always considered a major fund, the street fund, Cabela's debt fund, the general capital projects fund, and then both the sewer and building enterprise funds are included in it.
And just for a process, I know I asked this last year, but just what kind of criteria determines what's considered a major fund?
So we have to look at two different calculations, and there's different elements that we compare to each other. We're looking at governmental funds and enterprise funds, and we compare their assets, liabilities, revenues, and expenses. The first test is if they meet the 10% of either the governmental funds or the enterprise funds. They pass that first step, and then they have to combine governmental and enterprise funds together. And if any of those elements exceed 5% in total, they would pass the second. So these funds have passed both the 10% test and the 5% test.
Great. So I just want to put that on the record that this is not something like we are making a decision on this. There are criteria that are put into place, and that is how these accounts are determined, right?
Correct. The council does have the ability to add additional funds. Most of the time that would be done for comparative purposes. If one year it was classified as a major fund, but then the next year it fell off the list, we might want to include those as a major fund again. So our financial statements are comparative from year to year. But for 2025, all the funds are the same. So there's no request to add additional funds.
Great. Thank you so much. I really just wanted some information on process to be on the record. So I appreciate that and your time. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, you want to make a motion?
Sure. Motion to accept.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we are now going to open the RDA.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, we will call roll for the Redevelopment Agency Board. Vice Mayor Taylor.
Here.
Councilmember Doer, Martinez, Ebert,
Here.
Reese,
Here.
Anderson,
Here.
Shivi. She's
Here.
present on. Thank you. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Redevelopment Agency Board.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any public comment?
We do not have any public comment registered. Additionally, have not received any correspondence for the Redevelopment Agency Board item A3.
Okay, I don't think we have any changes to the agenda. Do
Move
we?
to approve.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Approval of the minutes, item A5.
So moved.
Motion a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay. We are moving on to a presentation. Very exciting. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Putting on your other hats as your redevelopment agency board members, Ashley Turney, Assistant City Manager for the record, here today to discuss the Reno Redevelopment Agency's rebranding efforts. Why are we here today? I think that's always a nice place to start. We're starting here because the Redevelopment Agency was created in 1983 because there was a need to identify fixing downtown. It had gone into a state that was needing revitalization, and we find that that's continuously still happening. After a period of about 25 years of boom and opportunity in the revitalization and redevelopment space, we ran into the Great Recession and economic hard times, and the agency went dormant for nearly 20 years. Through the leadership of this body, you re-energized the agency last August, where we brought forward the status agreement and identified the 5 programs that the agency would be focusing on. What we find right now is that the RDA's mission is very clear. This body has told us, and we've heard from the public, we don't need any more plans. We don't need anything else other than to execute. What's missing from our opportunity is to storytell regarding the execution. Rebranding is hugely important for any organization. It signals renewal, energy, and relevance. This is an opportunity for us to define how the agency is different from the city. As I mentioned, you are sitting in a different posture and a different capacity. The Redevelopment Agency is a separate entity from the city of Reno. As we look to rebrand and reimagine our identity, we're really guided by a fundamental question. How do we clearly communicate our purpose and our value to the community that we serve? To that end, we take some inspiration from just up the hill. President Sandoval earlier this week in his State of the University address indicated that the university will begin their rebranding efforts this next year. And he stated that the importance of rebranding is to help us explain what we do, why we do, and why the world should care. So how do we get to today? In December of 2024, we posted a request for qualifications. Through this process and a scoring, a consultant company, Resonance, was engaged. We brought this to the Redevelopment Advisory Board with their recommendation. Residents came into town, did stakeholder interviews, roundtables, a community survey. They met with many of you as board members. Over the summer, they built out a brand strategy, and this was taken to the advisory board earlier this month, where they gave a recommendation to this body from 3 brand options that will be presented to you today. So today you will be asked to walk away with hopefully giving us more direction on one of those 3 options presented to you. When we start talking about this process, the importance of understanding who are the storytellers in our community is essential for this. Each agency that we started to review has their own platform and their own audience, and these are all incredibly vital to Reno's success, but each one does a little bit different work. This is not a comprehensive list, but this is something that staff started looking at. As we know, RSCVA, they market tourism. Their focus is selling the destination, which is hugely important for room tax and visitors, but not necessarily the lane that we occupy. Secondarily, we looked at EDON. Their focus is business retention, Startup Week, which we know was wildly successful for this community and workforce development. And then our very own city of Reno. Shout out to our amazing comms team that does a wonderful job of highlighting resident impacting activities. They're the first to let us know when there's a snowstorm coming, when we have senior services available, when we have parks and rec services. These are wonderful, but again, not the same message of what the agency work does. And we find that the message is oftentimes intertwined and not necessarily the appropriate pathway. We like to call this the big C versus the little c. What we found is that there's no single entity that is really dedicated to telling the stories of our neighborhoods, the impacts that we're making, the revitalization, and really the quality of life, which is what we all like to live here for. Enter in the redevelopment agency. This is our role, and this is the importance of why we need to rebrand. As we mentioned, storytelling is an important part of the work that this body is doing and the investment that you're making. And we reference that the redevelopment agency is responsible for placemaking, term that's used in the industry quite a bit, but something that's not as widely known. Placemaking really comes down to how do people interact with the spaces? What makes them want to come to a park? What makes them want to come to the river and access things that are available to everybody? Storytelling is really essential also for inducing development, which is a core principle for our 1990 plan that we're implementing. The agency is not new, it's just renewed. And that's an important distinction today. What is your current brand? A super rad swish. That's what I call it, the swish. You might have seen this on a Solo cup or a backdrop in Saved by the Bell. And while we all love Zach Morris, this may not necessarily be consistent with what our community expects from our redevelopment agency as a catalyst. A brand is more than a logo. This is a promise that we're making to our community. And as I mentioned, the RDA currently does not have a standalone website, social media platform, or any platform to tell the story of the incredible investment that you are making. This body will be investing more than $400 million over the next 18 years in our community. And right now we have no way to tell that story. And the reason why is because the agency was created before the internet existed. That's the punchline. So I really thought that one would get a bigger win. There was no internet when we did this. This body is very forward thinking, and you've often tasked staff with identifying what are other cities doing. And so we look to other forward thinking cities and other redevelopment agencies that are very successful in the space. We're all quite fond of Boise, and we know that Boise is often a comp for Reno in a lot of ways. This agency has undergone modernization and rebranding actually 3 times in their history, showing the importance of being dynamic and shifting in that space. Each one of these agencies is very successful in the redevelopment space. Cincinnati, Ohio has undergone an incredible change in their redevelopment agency face. Each of these designs are clean and sleek and forward-thinking. We look to Calgary, which is really a mainstay from a marketing standpoint as well. We believe that the best path to success is a combination of global experience and expertise with local knowledge. Reno's revitalization story is both strategically sound and authentically grounded in our community. Through the RFQ process, Resonance was selected because they specialize in the marketing of redevelopment agencies, cities, and destinations across the country. As a global agency, they help to guide this body on the big picture and strategy. But something that's crucial to our organization is over the last year and a half, we've been hiring local companies and local brand and content creators that will be helping to produce the content that will eventually go on our website and social media channels once we have direction from this body. Groups like Maple Media, Reno After Dark, and many others have created wonderful content for us, and we're excited for a platform to debut it. At this time, I would now like to turn it over to Dominic Prevost, who is the Vice President of Creative for Resonance, to go through the brand strategy and allow for discussion from this body. Yep, click forward.
Perfect. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me. I'm super thrilled to be here, to return to Reno. I want to walk you through our process, talk to you a little bit about who we are, what we do, and ultimately present 3 logo options. And ideally, we can land on something that works for all of us. So Resonance is a consultancy that specializes in places, while other creative agencies, design shops might be able to brand the pet shop next door or a beer company. We only work with places. And our goal is to make places more livable, more lovable, and more prosperous for all. We've worked with a variety of destinations, of cities, of countries around the world. We've done some fantastic tourism work for Visit England. We've helped create a tourism strategy for San Diego. We've rebranded and unified all the government bodies of Houston under one cohesive narrative, to make sure the money works as hard as it can and the story is being told as powerfully as possible. And we're happy to work with the Reno Redevelopment Agency to do something similar. I love Reno personally, and we're no stranger to Reno. It was the #1 city in our America's Best Small Cities report. The thing that defines Resonance as well is our research arm. Not only do we make pretty things, we also have big brains who work in research and help find different kind of opportunities where business and vision can kind of coalesce. So coming into this process, we already had a lot of ideas to bring to the table. Our process, as Ashley mentioned, is broken down in a couple of different steps. So we started with research, which involved thorough stakeholder interviews. We had a site visit brand workshop where we tried to find a unified vision to work towards. We worked on naming. We developed our brand platform, which really outlines what we are all about, what our vision is, what we stand for, what we promise to all who encounter our brand and who work alongside it. And then branding, which is where we are right now. I've got a couple of slides here to just set up this vision that I talked about. And I'll just read it as is here. So we believe that Reno's greatness is already here, and we're here to bring it all together. More than a city agency, we are a force for transformation, fast-moving, forward-thinking, and relentlessly committed to progress. We're just not facilitators, we're the shapers who are perfectly positioned to help the city pivot and thrive. We're the storytellers who help residents see themselves in the city's evolution. And we are the partners in progress who maintain the energy and momentum needed to realize our shared ambition. We're not here to play it safe. We're here to raise the bar together, move away from that solo cup logo, from a stall downtown to an energized metro. In a city that's always evolving, we're here to guide us through the next chapter. We are ReUp, the Reno Redevelopment and Urban Placemaking Agency. I love that name. ReUp holds a lot of meaning. Re, of course, stands for Reno. It stands for redevelopment, but also revitalization, reinvest, reimagine, repurpose, rediscover, revamp, reignite, and up. Urban placemakers, obviously, but upgrade, uplift, update, upsell, upside, upriver. There are so many stories that we can tell from our name alone, and I'm excited to see it all kind of come together in our brand. Our targets as a whole: public partners, developers, Reno residents, of course, and opportunity seekers, everyone who's willing to start a business, invest in the city from here or from other states. Our principles is that we are trailblazing together. We have to have this strong vision, but we have to be proactive. We have this boundless ambition, and everything is done with intention. And our personality is optimistic, driven, imaginative, and focused. Now, all of these things helped inform our design approach, right? So because we are all these things, our design approach, our brand needs to be modular, needs to be bold, clear, legible, needs to have a sense of intelligence and structure. It's not just pretty for pretty's sake. And my vision, having heard everyone's kind of pain points and sharing in the vision, is to create a brand that will really grow with the organization, that will grow with the city as it changes. And I hope that you'll see this in the work today. This is my favorite slide in the entire deck. We are really bringing you in the kitchen here. Nothing is fully baked. And the reason why I'm here is to make sure that your opinion helps inform our process. This is not a final dining room experience. We're still trying different things. We're still adding some spices, putting our fingers in pots and tasting. And I expect you to do the same in your feedback today. So let's look at our options here. The first one starts here. Re-up, simple, it's friendly, very clear, very legible. Nice little green. The colors are a little odd, but we can see it here. But something's kind of missing, right? It's very clean, very corporate. But I feel like our colon can really become our creative tool that can help showcase how we engage with all the parts of Reno. So what we've done is we've turned our colon into a series of little icons that can create different expressions of the logo. And every single icon can help symbolize an initiative that Re-Up takes on, right? So there's going to be as many expressions of our logo as there are projects happening in our city. Now, all these logos, we're still in progress. We're still in the kitchen right now. They're not finalized, but they could evoke upriver, factories, buildings, commercial spaces, creating a bridge, connecting to nature, connecting to community, rebuilding parks. And what's great about all of this is that with every single project that we create, that we add to our catalog, we are creating a brand that builds, that evolves, that changes. A bit like Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts that have these little badges, with everything, every project or every accomplishment that they make. I'm seeing a brand evolve with a suite of icons that will help tell new stories about the city and about all the initiatives that are being taken on. We've also got an alternative option here, which uses capital letters, where the first option is a bit more vibrant, the next one's a bit more solid. We go from fresh to established, something that's a bit more friendly to something that's a tad more authoritative. I like them both, but I think they were worthwhile exploration. You can see how this one shapes up. So we're using the same principle of little iconographies, elevating our logo, whether we go with lowercase or uppercase here. And does this deliver on the brand vision? I believe so. I think it's got this sense of trailblazing together. I love the fact that this brand is proactive. It always changes, always updates with every single project. It has this sense of imagination, of drive, and the language, the grid, the overall design and colors are very kind of, transparent and very functional as well. That was our first option. Let's look at our second option here, which is Re-Up. What I like about this one is that we use the colon as these little arrows that point up, signaling optimism, vision, momentum. And we've paired it with a shape that kind of expands on, on the little colon arrows here to create a nice little block that we can use as a visual device. So what I like about this block is that it's got kind of an architectural character to it. We can also use it as kind of color blocking. So whenever you see the shape, Re-Up is talking. I like that it evokes kind of like perspective, something that expands in a 3D space. So it does also embody the sense of trailblazing together. It feels proactive, it's moving up, and it has this kind of like bold, bright optimism. A touch more corporate, not as flexible as the first one, but very friendly and functional nonetheless. So these are the three options for consideration. Thank you.
And with that, we'll turn it over to the body for questions or recommendations that you have at this time.
Thanks so much. I'm going to start with Councilwoman Anderson.
Thank you. This is my favorite part of this job so far.
These are really, I love the thought process behind this. I love the strategy and the spirit and the storytelling that these logos intend to set up. I'm usually a fan of capital letters, but I don't know why. They're just easy to read for me. But that's my least favorite in this example for some reason. It doesn't, it takes, I don't know, it takes the imagination out of it. I know that I think that the way that I look at logos with marketing in my background, I just want to caution everyone in this room, don't think a logo is the brand. The logo, don't ask the logo to do more than what it is actually supposed to be doing. But these two logos that I like are doing a lot more for the brand than most logos would. The iconography is very interesting to me because of the trailblazing and the storytelling. I'm very drawn to mapping and how redevelopment, we're going to be able to watch these projects pop up around town and be able to see the thoughtfulness and the spirit and the potential uniqueness of that area and what creative, resources we brought to that area. So I think that option A is very interesting to me because it can also be evolved symbolically. Maybe we've been here for 30 years with the redevelopment agency. If we don't get to update the logo again, these icons and the style of the icons could be evolved as we
Exactly.
move.
Keeps
which I
things
think
fresh
is,
every single time. Yeah.
gives it legs. But with option 2, that logo is the brand. I mean, you've done two things with that, which is really powerful and consistent, and it gives you the ability to tell the story with typography and with the images that are going to be so special. So those are my beginning comments here. I think I'm definitely leaning 1 or 2, and I think but both of them have very different characters. So I'll be very interested to see what my colleagues think.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, all the work you've done on this logo. I think at first glance, when I just, opened my eyes and sort of looked at each one in particular, option 2 to me really captures sort of that forward and upward trajectory. Some of the words that you've been using as trailblazers, reimagine, or revitalization sort of is captured to me in that sense. But I also like the different iconography that is available in option 1A and how, as council member Anderson said, there's an ability to sort of tailor the logo depending on what topic is being discussed, whether it is we're talking about housing or we're talking about commercial uses or the river. There is that sort of specialized or focused
Flexibility.
yeah, that flexibility that we would have at looking at each. So I do think that option 1B does come off a little bit more authoritative and established just because it is those capital letters. And so with the redevelopment agency sort of being in not a new space, but definitely a reimagined sort of space and re-energizing the redevelopment agency. I think that option 1A sort of captures that to me a little bit more, and that ability to sort of start fresh and start from the beginning and sort of reimagine what we can do. So I don't know if there's a way to sort of use the iconography in option 2 and sort of move those arrows a bit, a little sort of like what you have been doing in option 1A. But if there is that, I guess a 2A with those options would be something that I would be sort of in favor of looking at, just because, again, I think the way that if you go back to slide, I believe it's 45, that has that one, the one you were just at. No, that one's still sort of, you could still tell that it's all re-up there without having to necessarily have the full name. So I guess if we were using more official, we could use the second logo that has everything in it, but the others sort of give us ability to play with that logo and be able to use it in a fresh perspective and still capture the imagination or the use of the redevelopment agency and portray that to whoever's looking at it there. So those are sort of my thoughts on it now. I do want to hear from the rest of the council and sort of what everybody's thinking, but that's just what I think at a first brush of it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you. I love it. I love it all. Thank you so much. Welcome back to Reno. I love everything I heard. I am just going to give a very simplistic feedback on it. I'm looking at it. I love option 1A, hands down.
Great.
1A. And the reason why is I don't hate the other ones, but when I look at option 2, it looks like a periodic table to me. It looks a little bit more scientific, a little bit more confusing. And when I look at the placement of that logo, I think it might be a little bit more tricky than number 1. So I like the simple, clean, and this just says it all to me. And it is a little bit edgy, but phenomenal job. Hit it out of the park. I can't wait to use it. I want to start printing it on everything and putting it in every window downtown in our RDA. So hurry up, move forward. I love 1A. Thank you so much.
Lovely. Thank you. You made my day.
Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For my part, because I am not Ms. Anderson, who has a depth of knowledge in this area, or the mayor, who also spends a lot of time thinking about brand, I'm thinking about it sort of more basically. And so for my part, if I was being asked to choose one, I think that 1A appeals to me, as does option 2, maybe in that order. 1A being primarily the one I'm interested in, and option 2 being the second one. I suppose, I think though Ms. Anderson had the most thoughtful comment, and it reflects sort of my idea too, which is that the brand and the logo only do so much, right? It is more about the idea behind it. And so when I saw some of the earlier presentation about some of the cities that you've worked with, I just spent some time before the presentation to look at those cities. And what I saw was a lot of opportunity for engagement with not just place making and place, but also with people. I think ultimately our community is made up of lots of different areas and parts of town, and the river is certainly one of the most important. The downtown area and the revitalization areas are a specific place, but those neighborhoods, of course, are made up of people. And so I want to make sure that whatever we do with call it the logo, the brand, reflects that deep connection to the people who live here, and not to any particular word or thematic representation of it. And so, again, I think the work that's been done and the research and the getting us to this point, fantastic. And the work that you all have done at Residence, I think, does resonate with me personally. It's what we do with it beyond this, right? And again, I am by profession a lawyer. For the folks at home who play a drinking game, when I say that, it's time to drink. But it is really the reflection that we can make a decision about a logo, but that gets us only one step in the direction that we want to go. I think, like you, the slide said, Reno already is an amazing place, and we are poised to continue that kind of greatness. The best days ahead of us is my sort of philosophy. And I think the logo, if it can do anything, is to help us make that story to other people here. I'm not sure it's so internally focused, like how does it resonate with our residents. I want it to reflect who we are, but I also want it to be able to attract a broader interest in the community to create the economic engine that will drive those decisions forward. And so there's a lot going on in the space. We are tasked with taking something which was long dormant, dusting it off, rejiggering it, and then using it to grow the community in a responsible way. And I think this will help us to do that. Whatever one we align or light to will help us to do that. So I'm looking forward to it. And I'm very grateful for my colleagues' comments because it is very instructive.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much for the work that you've put into this. And also, I know you got a lot of support and idea generation from our own team. I loved your explanation of the creative process. It was very revealing, what the steps you went through, how you thought through this. I like where you ended up. I am drawn to option 1A for a couple reasons. One, the colors. Green has been actually associated with Sparks, and they've adopted that. Even their people wear green. I mean, it's just sort of part of their whole branding and theme. But even if you did option 2, which I like the shape aspect of it, I really do. I think you could do it in a different color, but it's particularly hard to read the name of the organization in that one because it is so small relative to the overall. So I think it is more useful to be able to read. Most people won't know re-up for a couple of years, right? And so you have to tell them what that is, not just have re-up. So I think it reads a little easier. Unlike a comment earlier, I am not a fan of capital letters. In fact, I used to work years ago when we had the old computers where everything was printed out in capital letters, incredibly hard to read. But in a short version, obviously they work. But the two things I would add is that in the first way you showed 1A, if I got it, and I wouldn't mind you going back to the slide.
Of course.
The icons I found actually kind of confusing. Yeah. So I think if you could reduce them, I understand the value of expanding them because it covers so many things, but you also have to have it be immediately explanatory, right? And so like the travel suitcase, or I think it's under commercial, that doesn't really read commercial, that reads travel to me. I love the nature one, that's instantly understandable, but the mountain one, I saw mountains was even more understandable because mountains are used in so many brands around here. So, and like the Truckee, I'm not sure I really read the blue as Truckee River, maybe more of a squiggle is usually used for Truckee River, you know, like an S curve, sideways S curve, and so on. So I like them, but I think they're a little bit confusing. And I think it would, if we could start with just, if you did use them very fewer, you know, and get those established on whatever the main themes are, maybe 4 of them. But anyway, if you could go back to the icon, sorry, the branding. I think that what I was going to suggest is that I still think that you could use this shape from option 2 in with the branding. I loved how you showed the pictures, you know, filling in the blanks and the concept of going up. All of that I think is very useful. So I feel like there's a second layer maybe of combining 1A and 2 to get the best of both without necessarily using the words, but maybe using that as whenever we're showing pictures or laying out documents and that kind of thing.
It's a great note.
Thank you.
Councilman Ebert. You see there? Unmuted.
Can you just give her permission?
Hello?
Hi. Go ahead.
Hi, so sorry, technical difficulties on my end. Yeah, can we look at some of the logos again? I'm having a difficult time seeing them here. I don't know if they could be more full screen on the video.
Certainly. I can show you. Let me
That
work.
might be something that the clerk can help with too.
This is as big as I can make them. This is option 1 here. Can you see?
Yeah, I don't. Yes, I can see this. So I totally understand the need for it to be kind of simplistic, just so it's easier to read. I just don't know. To me, it tells me what it's supposed to be for. Like if I don't know. This is specific enough for me, and I'm probably in the minority here, but I kind of like a logo to be a little more explanatory, especially if this is something brand new. We want people to see it and what it is and what it means. You know, and just examples of the best logos out there, like Amazon is a smile, but it's an arrow really drawing from A to Z because they're supposed to handle everything from A to Z. And FedEx has an arrow in the logo, you know, letting you know it moves things. And Baskin Robbins has the 31 in a different color in their name because they're supposed to have 31 flavors. This to me, it doesn't really say Reno, and it doesn't really say what it's for. And I don't mean to sound harsh. In and of itself, the logo is very good to read. Also the colors, I love green. It's my favorite color, but Reno's colors are more blue and kind of gold as well. So I'd like to see more incorporation of more kind of City of Reno branding kind of involved in this. So that's my feedback. Obviously, I'll support what the rest of my fellow council members think is best, but that's just my personal feedback. And I don't know if anybody else, would share that sentiment, if we should, kind of revise and try some new things. But that's my feedback. Again, I don't mean to be, this isn't negative comments. This is just kind of, just general feedback. Just due to what this is referring specifically. So, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Isn't it funny how the I, for some people, will go immediately to the uppercase letters versus the lowercase letters? And I always think that especially logos are incredibly subjective. I think they're a lot like art. Some people are going to love them and resonate with them, and others aren't going to feel a thing. And also color can sort of make a big difference. I do think Councilwoman Dewar, you made a good point.
What's that?
With the green and the
That's Sparks.
association with Sparks. So that was very keen.
Okay.
I immediately, I apologize, I'm fighting a bad migraine. So if anyone has a good migraine hack, let me know. And also, your background is really impressive in this space. And so, I like your enthusiasm and what you're bringing to the table. And I think that always means a lot, especially with other groups that we work with. I'm really pleased to hear that you're also working with the local community. We're very, very sensitive to our branding. We always have been. I don't remember if you were on the council at the time, but whenever we did the Biggest Little City campaign.
Oh, yes.
Okay, remember?
Oh, yeah. You mean with the
so we-
arch?
Yeah, remember?
Well, we were very split, just so you know, 4 and 3 on the colors of the arch.
That's
We all
okay.
felt super strong.
We kept the logo. We made it the mayor's mark. So it's still alive. But, so I just know that some people are really going to love it and embrace it, and others are going to have strong feelings. But I'm sure, you've been doing this a long time.
That's why,
You're used to it.
the kitchen slide is so important to me. This is what it's for, right?
You know what? I love that analogy because I think we always tend to jump the gun on, oh, it's the final, or this is the way that it has to be. And I think good work is always in progress.
Yes.
You're never done, especially if you're a perfectionist. It's never good enough. And it's never enough. But really appreciate you involving the local community. I would encourage you to continue to do that as you move along. But it seems like we could make you an honorary citizen.
I
You
love
have
this city,
a lot of
truly.
enthusiasm. I do hear a little bit, is it a French?
It's a mix of everything. So I come from Montreal originally, but I've lived in London for about 2 years. I lived in Paris, lived in Italy, and I was in Australia living there before I came back to live in Vancouver. So it's
So
a bit of
all
a
over. Yeah.
alternate cheers. once
But
in a
you
while.
speak
Yeah,
French.
but I speak French,
from
yes.
Being from Montreal.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna hand it back to you. Just by the way, I am like you. I really like the bigger letters. They just sort of pop and stand out. But again, it's subjective what other people
Very,
like.
very, if I may just build on this.
Go ahead.
I think that the value in option 1A is that we will continue building upon it. Something interactive map with different icons showing the projects that are happening. I'm imagining social posts that will use this tapestry of icons to lead people towards the thing that they care most about, right? And as far as color is concerned, to me, green means go, right? Blue is a color that we've associated with Reno for a long time, but re-up is here to get things done, and green means go.
And revitalize.
Exactly. So I stand very strongly by this.
Like the beautiful sweater Brandy has on. Yeah. I like it. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Okay, so brilliant work. The fact that you have been able to get the consensus even on 1A here is amazing. So well done. I didn't want to get too committed to the icons or too comfortable with them until I heard my council members' feedback. I think I wanted to just mention to Councilmember Ebert, it is not uncommon to have this exact response that you're having to these logos, that they don't tell you enough, they don't say enough. That is the absolute natural response to this. What we need to know is this is just the symbol of what the agency represents. The storytelling is in the visible, or is in the, you know, the things that are going to be paired with this, the images, the words, the icons are so cool, because if we have these icons up all around town and that semicolon, this is what this option 1A logo is working much harder than it looks like it's working, because as soon, can you pull up one of these logos where you have the icons in it? Now, these symbols, these icons that have the different symbols for what they represent, what this project represents, it becomes a new story all around town for the people that are actually following the story. This has so many legs. It is brilliant. I think it fits right into the middle of all of the branding that our region is doing together. The fact that you were able to get, I think, 5-ish people to lean on this logo is exceptional. So I hope that we can support this, and then whatever evolutions come with it.
Means a lot. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Martinez, your light's not on, so do you want me to skip you? Okay, Councilwoman?
Oh, I don't have a ton more to say. I was just going to say, I like the idea that it is, I think it's completely separate from the city of Reno. That is what we're trying to do with this. And I was going to try and make a motion whenever we were ready. I wasn't sure if we had more comments.
I'll
so.
come back to you.
Thanks.
To make the motion, but for now, let me just check on everyone else. Go ahead,
Just
Councilman Reese.
one more very brief comment. I like the icons. I think they are a way to tell a story. Obviously, you've indicated that there could be other ones, and maybe some of these are not speaking to me, just like Ms. Dewar said. I think there could be ones about art and entertainment, right? It could be a musical note. There's lots of different icons that would be helpful. Again, maybe it's that we have an visceral reaction about our mountain and our river, and maybe those are not iconographic in that way. But I do think housing, even the placemaking teardrop, or upside down teardrop, I don't know what it's called. I like them. I think it's fantastic, and I'll be supportive of Vice Mayor's motion.
Okay, Councilwoman, go ahead.
The only thing I wanted to add, this is actually one of my most favorite colors, teal. Nevertheless, since we're talking color and since we talked about sparks, I did want to just say, we went through a tremendous effort to establish our flag. And it does have like a dark blue, navy-ish color, it has gold. But I just wondered if you should take a next step while you're evolving. I mean, let me rephrase this again. This is one, I use this in my own brand, okay, this teal. I use capital letters in my own brand, right time, right place. But in this case, I just wonder if we do want it more associated with Reno, perhaps the re-up could be on a part of the flag, or the colors of the flag could be incorporated, the blue or the gold, or there's some other colors in there. I just wonder, one perspective is have it completely separate from Reno. I don't actually agree with that. I think it should be tied to Reno, because it is the Reno Redevelopment Agency. It's not the Sparks or Washoe County's effort or Carson City or anywhere else. So as you evolve, the gold really stands out in these icons, but maybe the blue and gold, and I know blue and silver, that's the university, and I love it, but I don't want to repeat it because that's part of their brand. So just some things to think about as you're going through this, if there's a way to incorporate some elements of the flag or not. Maybe you make a conscious decision to not.
Call out, yeah.
Just something to think about, okay?
Thank you.
Councilwoman Ebert?
Yeah, thank you. Couple things. One, I just agree with Councilmember Dewar on this. I think we should incorporate City of Reno colors. This is a City of Reno redevelopment. This isn't like a separate, entity. It's not a regional project. it is a city of Reno redevelopment. I think that's important. You know, that is a part of branding and also I appreciate Councilmember Anderson's comments, but I will say part of the reason why I think this could go so many ways, like to your point about having legs, is because it's so vague. I don't think it really conveys what we're trying to convey. I think if you show this to people and ask them what it means, I don't think the top 100 responses are going to say it's Reno redevelopment. That's all I'm getting at. I think a logo should, you know, communicate what it is specifically so people can see it and know what that means. I don't think that we should have to have an education campaign to explain to people what our logo stands for. I feel like it's supposed to be like a, you know, it's branding. It's telling you what it is, and it shouldn't be vague, and it should be easily understandable. Like that to me is the point of logos. And I know you've worked in marketing, but I will say, like, I have a lot of background with marketing as well. And this to me just does not communicate what it is. So it's not so much like, does this look nice? Yes, it does. Does it tell me what it is? No, it doesn't. So that's all my comments. Again, I don't mean to be offensive to anyone, but those are my thoughts on this. Thank you.
No, it's okay. Like I said, it can be extremely subjective.
Yeah.
You know, I do agree with her in the sense that the color, I think, should stay within sort of City of Reno.
yeah.
I don't believe that the redevelopment agency is separate from the City of Reno, because I think you need those two to blend together to identify city
Makes
vitality.
sense, yeah.
You know? So I do think that sort of makes sense there.
Yep.
Anyway, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman and have her give us a motion. And I'm going to be supportive of what the body wants to do as a whole. I think collaborating with each other is important, and really appreciate your enthusiasm.
Thank you.
So,
Means a lot.
go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor. Maybe there is a way for you to bring back maybe some other color that might look a little bit identifiable with Reno.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. This is, again, that's why we're in the kitchen. Right?
Yeah.
It's quite easy to swap an ingredient with another, so I'm happy to try.
Can I just ask really quick, would you be willing to bring back palettes?
Yeah.
Like maybe
Yeah, like high-level
3
exploration,
palettes.
different, yeah.
The reason I'm asking is when you change the color blue, it changes all of the hues of every other color in the brand palette. So it'd be great for, if you're that interested in the color palette, to be able to look at how that color changes the rest of the palette. You know what I mean? And then make that choice. That would be
Yeah,
helpful.
I mean, and the council might decide they want to go back to the green, and that's, you know, what it is. But I would love to see some synergy.
Using the flag as a starting point,
Well,
right?
I don't necessarily know that, but the synergy with our colors that we already identify with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To maybe give it more of that identifiable feel. But, you know, again, it's super subjective. There are people that are going to love this, and there are people that are going to be so critical. And that's the hard part about art and creativity.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that the power of this logo as well is that it's there to promote all these different projects and initiatives. I don't want it to take the spotlight. I just want it to be a proud cheerleader, essentially, right? Because the project will be, or whatever the initiative is going to be the hero. And we're just there supporting it, accelerating it, getting it done. And so if the logo can wink to what's being made, and if it can feel connected to the brand of the city, even better. Yeah,
Good
these are all great
analogy.
notes.
I like the analogy. It's good. Oh, yeah.
I've been getting a lot of wins.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just very appreciative of the conversation and the discussion we had. I think this was a great discussion for everyone. Thanks to our team. And I would like to approve option, what I heard was 1A, to take it back to the kitchen and start cooking with some different stuff. And that would incorporate the board's input into developing the final brand package.
Okay. Okay, I have a motion. I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Wait, I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah, this Councilmember Ebert.
Okay, go ahead.
so
One second.
what-
Councilwoman Anderson and, okay, all right. Thank you. I just didn't know if you have more comments. Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
So I just want clarification on the motion. Is this asking for, like additional work on colors, but we're using the, kind of the graphic format of 1A? I just want to make sure I know what exactly it is we're doing.
That's how I understand it.
Ashley Attorney, Assistant City Manager for the record. The direction that staff believes that this motion is today is to take the premise of 1A with the direction given by the body. We'll look at color palette options and then bring back to you for final adoption to incorporate into the brand. So yes, Councilmember Ebert.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I can't support it just because as I think about it more, it just needs to be more, I think it should explain more what it is. I don't think it's enough information in this logo. So I'm not going to support. I am happy to hear that the motion includes kind of reevaluating color palette, but I don't think this conveys what we want it to convey. So I'm very sorry. I appreciate your motion and incorporating that feedback on the colors, but I'm not going to be able to support it.
Okay, all right. Any other comments? Seeing that there are none, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Thanks so much. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Do you want to pick up on the agenda? Or do you want?
Yes.
Okay, so you're
Tell me
gonna
where
open
you would
City
like us to
Council
go.
C3 and RDA.
Okay, so we are going to open C3 and the RDA B1 together. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have no public comment registered and have not received any correspondence on this item.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hold on one second. I gotta skip through agendas. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
It's good to see you.
You too.
And he can just go. You don't have to say.
Go right ahead.
Matt
You're
Taylor,
fine.
Assistant Finance Director for the record. Today I'm here to present the updated investment policy for the City of Reno and the redevelopment agency of the City of Reno. The changes to the investment policy align with the fiscal sustainability and governance and organizational effectiveness outlined by council. Why does the city have an investment policy? It's for our legal compliance with what we're investing in. It safeguards public funds. It promotes financial stability. It's also transparent and accountable of what we are investing in. We try to maximize returns, and it facilitates oversight over the money that we have. The proposed changes are to align with NRS, and there's only 2 changes with the current investment policy. The first is to reallocate the portion of commercial paper, increasing it from 10% to 25%. And there's still a limitation of a 5% that any one investment can be of the overall portfolio. The second change is to allow for medium-term obligations of local governments are now allowed, where previously it was only short-term negotiable bonds. So this will allow the city to invest in other 10 years or less bonds that are issued by any municipality within the city of Reno or local government. It'll allow for higher flexibility of our investments and allow for higher returns. This was taken to the Financial Advisory Board on September 11th, and they approved it, and I'm here for any questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions? I don't see any lights on. Councilwoman Ebert, do you have any questions?
No, not at the time.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I move to adopt the revised investment policy for the City of Reno and redevelopment agency of the City of Reno.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we are actually going to move around and because I'm going to be sensitive of our time commitment to our attorney-client privilege. And I would like to move to item C5, Madam Clerk.
Can we close the RDA?
Oh, we have to close the RDA first, sorry. 1 second, we have to actually, I think we have a couple items on there, don't we?
That's it. That's it.
All right, Madam Clerk, I think we need to, what do you need?
Motion to adjourn the RDA?
I think we have to say, item C1.
We have no public comment for the redevelopment agency board.
All right, and we have no items for C1. So at this time, I have a motion from Councilwoman Taylor, a second from Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries. Okay. We are now going to head into item C5. And Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on that item?
Madam Mayor, we do not have any public comment registered. We did receive correspondence as one letter of neutrality or concern that has been distributed to the Reno City Council and is a part of the record.
Okay, thank you so much. Then I'm going to allow Mr. Gordon to give us your presentation.
Hello, Madam Mayor.
Nice
City
to see
Council.
you.
Nice to be here. Yeah, nice to see you. For the record, Garrett Gordon, legal counsel for Jacobs Entertainment. At the pleasure of council, I have a presentation that combines C5 and C6, and happy to answer any questions for both items.
Okay.
So we're here today for a review of both the J Resorts Glow Plaza and the Reno's Neon Line District Development Agreement. Also with me today is Richard Jacobs, Assistant Director of Group Sales and Special Events. So why are we here? The Reno's Neon Line Development Agreement was approved in November of 2021. In that agreement, there was a requirement to come back and provide updates. There was initial update required a year later after approval, so I was here in 2023. Then subsequent to that, I come back every 2 years with an update, so this is our first 2-year update today. Streetlights. Development agreement allowed for a specific design of streetlights in the district. We've been working with RTC over the last few years and happy to report to you that when RTC does its upgrades on West 4th Street, that our streetlight and the design standard in the agreement will be installed. So very exciting. Sustainability. I think this condition was actually added by council at the time I appeared before you. A requirement that at a minimum, projects provide 1 charging station for every 50 parking spaces, with a minimum of 1 space provided on each project that has 10 or more parking spaces. Reporting to you today, we are in compliance at both the J Resort upgrades as well as the Arlington Apartments that just opened earlier this year with charging stations. Speaking of the apartments, very exciting. The 245 North Arlington Apartments are open. 60 apartment units open March 1st, 2025, currently 80% leased. We're very excited, and I thought this would happen, but all units facing the festival grounds were rented first. So folks love being on the backside of the building, love being on their patios and listening, and their balconies and listening to the music. So it's been great there. I pulled this from the website. I thought it was great. Your new urban oasis. Discover modern living at 245 North Arlington, where comfort meets style in the heart of downtown. So a nice new, brand new apartment project in the heart of the district and downtown Reno. Also, Jacobs family continues to expand and reinvest in the old Sands. We don't say that anymore. It's now the J Resort. As you know, considerable resources have been deployed to bring it into what I like to say is the nicest property in Reno, if not Nevada at this point in time. As you know, Mr. Jacobs has said in the press a few times, we need a front door. So now we're working on the north expansion, which will, as you can see here, bring the front door off of 4th Street, along with a porte-cochere. Some of his Italian car collection will be showcased in the valet area, and we're excited that's currently under construction and should be wrapped up by the end of next year. As well as some interiors, you can see the lobby will be larger, and we continue with the entertainment and arts district. A brand new art piece, the Goya Tornado, will be the focal standpoint of the lobby as you come in off of 4th Street starting next year. So very excited about more art into the district and into the J. Part of this presentation is to provide an update on the Glow Plaza. I'm required every year to come here and provide you with what happened the following year at the Glow Plaza facility. So 2025 concert series, 7 events. You can see It's a broad spectrum of events that have occurred there. 3 in May, concert venue for Common Kings, Nappy Roots, Montel Jordan, which was a favorite, Infamous String Dusters, Bingo Loco. So very diverse, very exciting year there. A lot of people, a lot of new folks that we hadn't seen in prior years who plan on coming to the 2026 concert series. And when this body approved that use permit, it was important to all of you that we also included and incorporated community events at no charge. So just to name 3 here, we hosted the Reno Running Company Race 178 and had, I believe it was a record, over 3,000 runners kind of start and stop at this facility, which was great to bring maybe new folks who haven't been downtown lately to enjoy downtown and see certainly that it's in a very good place in this particular district. 2, the Juneteenth celebration, we hosted that event, over 700 attendees. That was very special, as well as the Asian Moon Festival. We've done the last couple years, over 3,000 attendees for that community event. So we continue to incorporate community events as folks contact us. J Resorts Festival Grounds, that's open this year. Located in the heart of downtown Reno, J Resorts Festival Grounds offers a festival experience like no other. This 5-acre venue with ample parking, natural grass, let me say that again, natural grass, really exciting to have some green space, natural grass in downtown Reno with ample parking, Reno cityscape as a backdrop, and world-class staging and production make this place to be this summer for music, festivals, and more. And here's been the itinerary so far, and we have been absolutely, it's not surprised, but absolutely ecstatic about the number of folks who've attended to date. As you can see here, we've gotten through about 5 events, from reggae to country. It's been all over the board, and we have already over 22,000 folks come to downtown Reno to attend a few of these festivals. You can see here we have one Halloween night, which is already selling out quickly. Another one in November, one New Year's Eve, and then already you're planning for 2026 Neon Night series that'll feature Juvenile. So we're very excited. It's been a huge success, and we can't wait to build on it later this year and into 2026. So at the top of this screen, you can see some language right from the development agreement. Dynamic mixed-use entertainment district. We have the Glow Plaza, we have the Festival Grounds, we have the J Resort. What does our downtown action plan say? We need to build on tourism assets, outdoor recreation, infill and redevelopment, revitalization of downtown economy. With those downtown action plan policies, combined with our dynamic mixed-use entertainment district, what's next? Amateur sports. You may have saw it in the paper this morning. We're very, very excited about an announcement of up to 12 turf flat fields, starting off with phase 1, 4 fields. Why? Youth soccer tournaments generate a significant economic impact, primarily by bringing sports tourism to local communities. The boost in revenue comes from visiting families spending money on hotels, restaurants, transportation, retail purchases. Sports EA, a local trade association for sports events and tourism industry, released a study just in 2023. The report underscores the strength of sports tourism sector, showcasing direct spending impact, and this is a big number, $52.2 billion of impact, which generated total economic impact to communities in our nation of $128 billion. That's a big number, and we want Reno to have a piece of that, and how? And we'll find out when I put this battery back in this clicker. And particularly youth sports. Youth sports in general in our country is about $19.4 billion industry, and it's shown consistent growth year over year despite economic downturns, making it an ideal catalyst for economic development. Through participation in tournaments and other programming, sports tourism destinations draw thousands of attendees to their communities each year. This often creates a positive impact for these municipalities, driving hotel stays, as you've heard through RSCVA, those words, heads and beds, and spending in local shops and restaurants, generating hotel and sales tax revenues. I can say as a father of 2 girls who have played club soccer, For the last decade, I've spent a lot of my time and money in Roseville and Sacramento and Fresno, all over Northern California, and I can't wait to stay here at home and spend time and money in our local community and bring those Californians over here and have their spend their hard-earned money in our community. So it's very exciting, and I can attest to it firsthand. When families travel for youth sports, they spend money on local hotels, restaurants, gas stations, and shops. On average, families spend about $1,000 per trip when they come into a community, again, on hotels, food, restaurants, and here likely gaming. This influx in visitors can be a lifeline for local businesses. So we're very excited here to focus on soccer and lacrosse. Why is that? Well, you can see soccer reigns supreme in overall economic development for youth sports. You can see that graph there on the left really talks about the annual spend, which is over $5 billion annually for youth soccer. Why? Is because it's so broad, both boys and girls, it's an international sport, and $5.2 billion annually spent across this country. Again, Reno should get a piece of that pie. And how are we going to do it? So Jacobs Entertainment has announced today that a new traveling youth sports initiative in affiliation with J Resort, we've created the Downtown Reno Amateur Sports Association. This association will construct up to 12 soccer lacrosse fields over the next 6 years, with the first 4 expected to be open next summer. So we plan to have our first tournaments next summer in June, hosting it in downtown Reno with families from all over the West Coast enjoying downtown Reno. As of now, we've secured land for 3 of the 4 fields. So this is the block, 2nd Street to the south, the tracks to the north between Washington and Ralston. So you can see a soccer field there that runs parallel to Washington, and then up in the northwest corner there that abuts Washington on the left, Ralston on the right. Those currently will be 7x7 and 9x9 fields. Those are for middle school kids, elementary school kids. As we get from 4 fields to 12, we have hopefully more space to get to 11x11 for the more high school fields. But for now, we have 7x7, 9x9s, also fits lacrosse. We've been working with the lacrosse community, which is now in Nevada a sanctioned sport, and we're excited to be able to host tournaments for lacrosse. The 3rd field fits very nicely south of the festival grounds, between the apartments and the Gibson building. It's also exciting that we have the festival grounds and the Glow Plaza. We envision the Glow Plaza and have a medal ceremony. Let's go have a trophy ceremony. For amateur sports. So the 4th location, so you can see here my slide I showed earlier, there's a field that we're exploring a public-private partnership with them in red to add a 4th field, or 3rd field on this block, a 4th field overall. As the number of fields and teams grow, we anticipate demand for downtown hotel rooms to exceed 1,000 rooms per tournament night. Certainly the J Resort cannot handle all of those rooms. So we're excited that there'll be other opportunities for other downtown hotels to partner with us to meet this demand. We're confident that downtown Reno can accommodate 25 to 30 youth sports weekends per year. We're also happy to announce our community partners. Today with me is Randy Ritter from Reno Apex Soccer Club, co-founder of that club, along with the Great Basin Youth Soccer League president, formerly the Nevada Youth Soccer Association League commissioner, director of Northern Nevada Olympic Development Program, Rob Range, Reno Apex executive director, licensed and formerly a co-director of Northern Nevada Olympic Development Program and Nevada Youth Soccer Association Vice President, and Justin Cutler, President of High Sierra Lacrosse. We have the best of the best in this community and the experience that they have, both in soccer and lacrosse. So we may not be, I might be an expert in traveling soccer teams, but everyone, Jacobs Entertainment as a whole is going through a learning process, and they've pulled from some local talent to make sure that we're operating these tournaments correctly, we're managing the fields correctly, and that we are a gem of local youth sports tournaments as we move forward next year. The Resort's first traveling youth soccer weekend is scheduled for June of 2026 with approximately 140 to 150 teams. So just do the math, 140, 150 teams times 11 to 15 players per team times around $1,000 per family. That number adds up pretty quickly for economic development opportunities in our downtown area and in Reno as a whole. We also anticipate about 25% of the teams will come from the Reno area. So it's not just out of state, but we're bringing in local teams to participate downtown as well. So with the opening of J Resort's expanded front entrance in the spring, featuring several dramatic new art sculptures, I showed you one, a full concert season ahead, we're proud to showcase the play element of our vision to make downtown Reno a true regional live, work, and play destination. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the time.
Okay. Very, very exciting. I think one of the best things that you can do for our youth is get them outdoors and sports. I don't think there is a better way. It absolutely saved my life. I would be a total disaster today if I did not have sports in my life. I think it's fantastic. It's super exciting for downtown. It really changes the landscape on so many different levels, because this typically wouldn't be, this is not traditional, and I absolutely love that. And if we can get more people outside and playing sports, we're going to be a lot better off for our mental health and our physical well-being as well. I think people crave that more than ever now with going through a pandemic. And I think as parents, you know, you're always trying to find more ways to keep your kids doing something healthy, getting them off these things, right? And so I think it's phenomenal. And, you know, it's so funny because people will be so critical. I don't know how you win in any capacity because, you know, you could say, okay, we're going to build 4 more casinos. And I think people would be like, what? You know, so I think this is really out of the box, and it's exciting, especially it sounds like you're doing some investment in a youth sports initiative association, which, do you want to talk a little bit about that? Because I see you getting up saying yes, which is so cool.
I appreciate that, Madam Mayor. I was so excited about the fields, and I skipped this particular bullet point, so I'm glad you mentioned it. So all 4 fields are within walking distance of the J Resort, of course, but which is also one of our tenants and one of our building is Redirect Athletics. If you haven't heard about this organization, it's fantastic as far as youth and empowering youths who may have troubled backgrounds to get into sports, boxing, soccer, lacrosse, whatever it might be. Jacobs has certainly contributed both time and monetarily to this nonprofit organization. This organization provides a mentorship and a healthy kids outlet to kids of all ages via sports and physical activity. Our nonprofit reflects Jacob Entertainment's ongoing investment in supporting growth-oriented activities for Northern Nevada's youth. So we're very excited that our tenant, our partner, Reno Direct Athletics, will have great proximity and access to these fields to expand upon where they are and grow where they're headed. So thanks for the opportunity.
I think the diversity in something like this is really, really exciting. Really exciting. So what are you thinking, June? First game, June? We're going to play the City of Sparks?
Absolutely.
The Reno City Council against the City of Sparks. Let's bring it on.
Council versus council. How about that?
What'd you say?
City council versus city council, inaugural game. How
There
about
you go. And then the winner will get to play the county.
No
Gotta
pressure.
add a couple of people on their team, though.
I think so. No pressure on the development team or on Mr. Ritter, who will be operating it behind us, but we are scheduled, and he's already planning for about 150 teams June of next year. So we have some work to do between now and then, but we're very excited.
But you know what? If memory serves me well, we did play when Moana opened, when those fields opened. I believe I played against Bob Cashel and someone in the back over here. And they're fierce players, so I think we'll have to do a redo of that whole match, but very cool. All right, I'm gonna send it over to Councilwoman Anderson.
Thank you. This is really exciting, the development. I know that, I read in some blogs and in the paper, and I read editorials of really respected opinions on, land use development and things, and where communities have been in the past, and how what Reno isn't doing that to replicate what people have done in the past. This is exactly where I think our community needs to go, and especially where downtown needs to go. This is pure activation. This is humans in downtown doing something healthy. We're going to have a noise ordinance because of the whistles that are being blown. It's going to be fantastic. I am a mom that I will be working until I'm 75 because all of my riches have gone over the mountain, whether it was hockey, football, basketball, baseball.
Isn't that the truth?
This
Stop going over the
is
mountain.
real, wholesome activation in downtown Reno that I know people aren't going to understand it until they're living it. This is fantastic. It'll bring local businesses down to downtown, mom and pops. If you have ever been in South Reno, we have a South Creek. It's a little business village. And there was an event center down there that got activated and people had great events there, but a church moved in, and every Sunday that center is just filled with families, and they're supporting those businesses. This is real activation for downtown, and I'm really excited to see it. So thank you. Thank you for the update.
All right, Councilman Martinez, you don't have your light on, but I assume you want to weigh
Yes,
in.
thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I agree with a lot of the comments that Councilmember Anderson has said. I'll just add that I appreciate the fact that you're focusing on our younger children in the community. It seems like there's a lot of opportunities for those bigger fields that are being built and developed and designed in other parts of our town. So the fact that you're focusing on smaller fields first and making sure that we have sort of that pipeline for individuals to continue to play soccer or lacrosse as they age will give folks an opportunity to not just experience downtown like in this example, but also maybe on the eastern parts of town where we'll have hopefully some larger fields soon, and we can start providing those opportunities. So I'm really excited to hear about those flat field opportunities. From what you said, it sounds like there's going to be 12 and forwards just to start. So excited to see what other opportunities can happen either between the city of Reno and Jacobs or other public partnerships that you can establish to get these going. I'm really appreciative for Reno Apex for being here and being willing to partner with you all to bring these facilities on site. So thank you for bringing more green spaces into downtown and making sure that we have activation and recreation for our youth.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a third-party endorsement. One of my neighbors, I live in Arlington Towers, obviously, and I live downtown, sent me this morning before I even saw it. They said, 12 downtown soccer fields. Whoop, whoop. Green grass, absolutely brilliant solution appealing to traveling soccer clubs, and ugly empty asphalt parking lots disappear. So that is what I'm hearing from the community that lives down there. One thing you mentioned was the public-private partnership, and I think that's really important right now where we're at in the city. So I would like to see where we can partner with you in that too, and just anything that we can do to move this forward. Again, my kids are a little bit older now, but I too traveled back and forth, and with two kids in different ages, you're trying to go in different states and different cities. This is going to be fantastic. I'm very, very excited, but I can't. You brought up the whistles, and I just can't wait to hear people talk about the whistles. Thank you so much.
Councilman Reese.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation, Mr. Gordon. A couple of things. First, like you, I have lived youth sports. right? And so, and like Miss Anderson, spent most of my waking hours and every weekend and every dollar traveling over the hill to play basketball and soccer and softball. And so I always wondered when that moment would arrive when our community would have the type of resources necessary to be able to keep those kind of resources here and to attract other people to come here. Because I think it's for both, right? It's for those folks growing up here to have adequate spaces to play. That's why in this community you can see an incredible coalition of folks, from the lacrosse folks to soccer, the Sierra Youth Football League, which is I think now merged in with Pop Warner. All these kids need places to play and practice. We're tapped out at our parks. The RYSA is often having to, wrestle with the very limited demand we have. I think this is why you see Councilman Martinez and Ms. Dewar leading the charge over at the Mill and McCarran area. There's a huge, robust discussion there. Madam Mayor has been really working hard on the Pembroke area. We've refreshed some of the Mira Loma parks. We know there's a lack of consistent access to sports and activity fields. So it's a very exciting opportunity, I think, for Reno. I also think, Jacobs Entertainment, Mr. Jacobs, and Mr. Jacobs Jr., it looks like here today. Look, I believe in the work that Jacobs Entertainment has done. The commitment of this community is pretty unmatched in terms of the investment, the philanthropy that's come along with it. I mean, people like to forget about some of the interim things that have happened about the creating of the Willie J. Wynn housing complex, for example. All of these things come with significant costs and personal capital, and it has not always been a very gracious spotlight, to be, quite candid. But what I think is our community is coming to figure out that when Jacobs Entertainment says it's going to do something, it does it, right? And that is the mark that invites our community in to participate fully in the success, right? We want for your success too on 4th Street, because as your success goes, that several hundred acres, it really drives the region's opportunity. So I'll have more to say in maybe a second round, but I just want to say thank you for the investment in Reno. Thank you for believing that our children deserve to have places to recreate. We at the City of Reno are very grateful for people who are making those investments. And if you look, Reno is on the map. You have a new arena at the GSR. We've been able to participate in that. You have a new USL soccer league over at the former Corbin Ford, Jones West Ford dealership. Things are happening here. I think the ACEs are probably next on deck to really start thinking about the critical investments in our region, and I know that they're thinking about it too. All of these things are working in concert together to create brilliant opportunities and bright future for Reno.
Councilwoman Dewar. Yeah, thank you. Really an astonishing presentation. Thank you so much. We have known, I'll just speak to the Fields part for a minute. We have known in Reno for not just 5, 10, 15 years, but really 25 years, going back to Ms. Ferraz's time on council when the Moana pool was torn down and she had the vision to say, let's build flat fields. And that then was very controversial, but it has borne out tremendous activity in that region. I live right off Moana. I have seen it every day. And then the consternation when we moved forward with the Moana pool and had to take away some of those flat fields that people have become accustomed to. And recently we had our PROS plan, which is our parks, recreation, open space plan, which said we're 51 fields short. I don't know if you can say that's the exact number, but let's just say we need a big number of fields. This is certainly a start. You said 3 to 4 fields in that direction. And I really think that you've hit on something important, which is bringing people of all ages downtown and making, prior to this, nobody under 18 was allowed, right? It was all about casinos. And you were ushered out of any building if you were younger than that, and even younger than 21, for drinking. So, it's incredibly important, this vision, and whether it's an amalgam of the Jacobs family or your consultants, I really think it's a move in the right direction. It's really phenomenal. I want to understand a few details, if you wouldn't mind sharing. I didn't hear, someone said grass, but is that what your plan is, or is it artificial turf, or what is the plan?
For the record, Garrett Gordon, thank you for the question, Councilwoman. It would be artificial turf,
It
but
would.
certainly very nice, high-end. For
Yeah.
example, Golden Eagle has worn very
Yeah.
well on turfs. Minogue High School has a very nice turf field, so
Yeah.
it'll be turf.
So, artificial turf.
Artificial
So the
turf.
more, I would encourage, and I know that they've had challenges with the youth soccer on keeping their grass alive, but they've done a phenomenal job. And, thinking about the environment, the grass would do much better. I've discouraged a lot of the developers from putting in artificial turf for a couple reasons. Has to be cleaned, it's hard on the skin. Falling on anything is hard, right? If it's cement, if it's dirt. But artificial turf has its own challenges. Perhaps it's something where you can start with artificial turf, and over time, it takes a few years for real grass to grow in, but it would do great things for the environment. It would allow water to soak in. It would actually help cleanse the water that's so near the Truckee River. I just think it's something that as they get into it, they should consider. People just like grass, it's just how it is. The other thing I wanted to ask you, I wasn't really sure from your pictures where this was located. I couldn't tell where's the railroad, where's the, if you could just lay it out for me.
Sure. So this picture on the bottom of the screen is 2nd Street. And then on my right hand, actually, does this work? There we
Yeah.
go. Okay, perfect. Here's 2nd Street.
Okay,
Here is Ralston.
yeah,
Here is the Glow Plaza. Excuse
Yep.
me, here is the Festival Grounds.
yep.
Here's the Gibson Building.
And
So
then-
across the street are 2 current vacant lots, and the field would be located
Gotcha. And
right
then
here
where,
along
the
Ralston.
trench is north,
The trench is north.
right there?
There's the long rectangle shape parking lot. This is Bell Street that bisects the block. Second field would be located here on the western side of this large rectangle parking lot. And then the third site, which I don't show here because we're still working with the school district, but would be located here on their site, the top, say 2/3 of it.
So Bell Street, is that where the Bethel AME Church is
That
right
would
there?
be, the church is located right here,
I see.
Councilwoman.
And then, well, I'm out of time, so sorry. Thank you for explaining.
Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, I just want to say this is fantastic. I'm really happy to hear about the fields, the 5 acres of grass that are at Jacob's location. I would like to kind of reinforce what Naomi said. I would really like to see if there's a way that we could have natural turf for these fields. It's just better for the environment, better for all of us to be on, more natural surfaces. So just wanted to say that. But also really happy to hear about that nonprofit for youth sports. It's something that is particularly lacking in Ward 4. We don't have any community center or place for the children that live in the city of Reno out here to recreate. So I would like to find out if there's any way to bring that organization out to the North Valleys, if there's a way to provide transportation, because our kids out here, they're finding stuff to do, and unfortunately, it's not always productive. So just really interested in finding out how we can make this accessible to everyone in the city of Reno, and also just really happy to see things happening. I know there's been a lot of unhappy opinions about vacant lots and things like that. So I'm just happy for development to come in. And I think this is great for activation of all the hotel spaces. You're absolutely right. It won't just affect the J. Other locations downtown will be used, or even not downtown. People go to Peppermill or Atlantis. So I think this is great. I know that, if we are able to bring any kind of sports out to the North Valleys area, maybe we could work with the county regional parks. I would love to see that. And again, anything that happens out there, Ward 4 doesn't have any hotels in it. So anytime we have an event out here, it will also increase the room nights in the downtown area. So just wanted to throw that out there. Thanks so much for the youth sports. We had the gentleman that was trying to get a soccer stadium built in my ward as well. There's been some holdup there, so I'm happy to see that a project of this nature is going forward in the city of Reno. So that's kind of it. No real heavy feedback. And I just do also appreciate the noise factor. But I assume hours of operation will help mitigate those types of issues, and just want to, reiterate that we do have certain codes in the city of Reno and they do apply to everyone. So I'm hopeful that doesn't disturb anybody, but also looking forward to seeing this come together. So thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. All right, Councilwoman Anderson, your light's on.
I just was wondering, I was just thinking about our experience in this world, the ability to book entertainment around a major sports tournament is a huge draw to this area. I could just, being able to have a concert of some kind, and this is, like, the opportunities are really endless to rebrand this whole area. This is exciting. I'm just sorry. That's pretty cool.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar, your light's on.
Thank you. I just wanted to also shift gears for a minute and compliment you on the art that's in the lobby. That's a phenomenal piece. And I have no idea what it costs, but it had to cost a lot. And it's statement making, right? I mean, it's really that. I also wanted to just say a few words about the artificial turf. This is not about this project. I've been on this theme for at least 5 years, in part because I serve on Tamwa. And what I just want to go on record as saying, we know we're the fastest warming city, but what they have identified with artificial turf, it says that it can, that it gets extremely hot, so it will further concentrate our heat. It has the microplastics and the PFAS, and as they break down through abrasion, that then gets put into the air and then ultimately into the water. And then the injury risk that I was mentioning, it is documented. I'm just asking you to take a really hard look at it. Real grass has challenges as well with water, mowing, all of that. There's no perfect answer, but I hope that when you get into looking at it, that you'll lean on that side. You've already put in a real grass field for your festival, and I don't know how it's working. Hopefully it's working well, but you listed it as an appealing thing. It's something that draws people. They like it. So I just wanted to encourage you to really take a hard look at it. I certainly have worked with Mr. DiLoretto and down South Reno to not put in plastic. He was originally doing that in their front yards and then stopped after he checked into it. So it's just something really to take a look at. You have such a phenomenal opportunity here to do something not just good for downtown, but also good for the environment. Thanks.
Okay, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Gordon or Mr. Jacobs, either one are welcome to come up. I wanted to ask a couple of things about this sort of confluence of sports available fields downtown. So it makes sense to me what happens on the weekends. What happens on a Tuesday night? Can the DRASA and the redirect, will they have access to utilize the fields on some basis? Meaning I'm hopeful that it's not just a weekend thing and certain 6 weekends a year, but more like all the opportunity that could be there, because we are in an area where there's quick access to great food options. There's a lot of resources along the I-80 corridor that are very close to there. So it seems like the businesses in this area would benefit from having people there with some frequency. What happens there?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councilman. For the record, Garrett Gordon. So we're hopeful to hit about 20 to 25 weekends per year, which would be fantastic, and hopefully long weekends, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. On the downtimes, yeah, we look forward to working with local organizations and seeing if there's availability for practice schedules or local games. Certainly, like any other field, there's, they're rented out and they're maintained, but we would certainly work with our community partners, with Apex and that group and others, to make sure that we are fully activating these fields. They're not cheap, so activation is certainly important as much as possible.
Yeah, and look, I am not asking for commitments. They're not public parks, right? I want people not to be confused by what is happening. It's a redevelopment play that allows for us to really benefit regionally by the activation, especially with regard to an area of town that has had, some history. So I think it's very important to be upfront about it. I'm very supportive and think, gosh, there's just a million different permutations that are running through my mind about what this might also spin off and result in. Because I think that you've identified 4 now. Your vision is for at least 8 more, meaning potential other sites that could be examined. I think there's ways to, futsal, for example, is another example of one where we have, or at Paradise Park, installed some of those, a very fast-growing sport and game. Obviously, there's pickleball. Maybe pickleball would be something that would be considered in future phase. I'm not suggesting that I know the answer, but I'm just saying that this area of town has all the infrastructure needs already there. It has great roadway networks, good parking. I think connectivity to the river is very close. And then there's food options for these families, and of course the hotel option. So I think that's great. Let me ask, you were here, of course, as well to talk about just the update, and you gave some broad updates. And Madam Mayor, if I go over just slightly, I want to be able to ask, what else is, aside from some of the great sports-based tourism opportunities, are there? What's still on the plate? Are there, and I know you said that the J Resort was going to have a new front face, but I know that there were also conversations about some placemaking, wayfaring signage. There was also discussions in the past about housing opportunities, which I think in this environment economically, I'm not sure anyone can really be doing some of that, but I think there's a long-term opportunity here that may still play out in these spaces. The area looks fantastic. When I drive through it, it's activated by art and great lighting, all those things. What else might you share with the public about that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Let me touch base on signage. You may or may not have known when the redevelopment agreement was approved, there was attached to it the ability to add some signage, and particularly some signage up on the freeway to bring people downtown, to get them to come into the district. Scenic Nevada had filed a lawsuit on that. And I'm happy to say after 3 years and a Nevada Supreme Court opinion, the court upheld what this body did and said this city council was absolutely right and had the ability to approve these signs. So now that we're through that litigation, we're currently in design of those signs, and those should be coming later next year, I would say. Continuing to look at other opportunities of expanding the J, residential opportunities along 2nd Street. So I'll be excited to come back next year and provide more updates, but at the moment, we're certainly focused on getting these soccer fields up and running.
Well,
and let me, if I may, Councilman, just mention one more slide. My undergrad's in urban planning, and I love that word, urban placemaking. We heard a minute ago from the redevelopment agency. And just, here you have the mixed-use entertainment district we've always wanted. You have brand-new hotels, market rate, you have a brand-new apartment, market rate. You have the Gibson, which is affordable, right? So we have diverse housing in the area. We have a soccer field to activate youth sports. We have a festival grounds that has played all types of music to bring people and tourists alike to come down. We have the J Resort with a hotel and restaurants. So this mixed-use entertainment district that this body approved, we're only in year 3, by the way, of this development agreement. I think folks forget that. It's a 20-year agreement. So I would argue we've done a lot in the first 3 years and have 17 years to go, and happy to continue to provide updates to this body as we hit every year.
Well, and Mr. Gordon, I do think you have done a lot. I think this community expects a lot, right? And so that's sometimes what happens is we on this body see an incredible amount of investment. And again, I don't think it can be overstated. We're talking about nearly $1 billion in investment in this area, maybe more than that at this point in time, I'm not sure. That kind of stuff does not happen by happenstance, and it certainly doesn't happen without someone having a vision even larger than our own, right? And so I'm excited about it. What I want to make sure we're doing is we're continuing to add those pieces to it. I think the Gibson's a good example of a renovation. You've got still some homes that were moved to near the, I can't remember, it's the Nystrom House is over there.
Correct.
A couple of those. pieces are still moving. I'm not saying you have to tell us everything today. That's not what the check-in is about. But we, of course, want to make sure that we are good partners with you in that endeavor too, so that we are asking the right questions, that we're not shirking any responsibility we have as a council. And today, you've shown another renewed commitment. And so again, thank you to Jacobs Entertainment, Jeff and Richard, of course, for being here. That means a lot to me, right? So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right, I believe everyone's had 2 rounds, correct? You know, one thing I did want to point out, because I think that people try to put things in a box or set them in stone, is that things are always meant to evolve and to change. And instead of, I like that you have the ability to do that. I know that people have been critical of, oh, it should be this, it should be that. But if you think about it, times have really changed, especially in a pandemic, and how people want to utilize their cities and open space and sports and those types of things. And so I'm really glad that you have been visionary and left an incredibly open mind. I think it changes downtown. Because if you go to a lot of big cities, you do see a lot of plans like this. And it's so cool to be in that environment, in those heavily populated urban environments where you have people actually experiencing, you know, sports and community and things that are healthier. That's why I'm a big believer in, you know, the bicycle tracks and getting more people outside. And we have this beautiful river downtown. And so adding these amenities make a city really stand out. But I did notice that because I was in New York City not too long ago. And right in the middle of the city, they just had this beautiful pickleball and soccer area. And you're like, wow, right in a downtown. And so, and I also think people overlook the children that live in downtown. We have a lot of kids that live in downtown, and they don't get the same opportunities as other children because a lot of times their parents don't have cars. We don't know their situations. And so I'm really excited to see this come to fruition. So, all right, game on. I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Taylor. It's your word.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to accept the annual report.
Real quick, I didn't actually have a second round.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, just again, want to piggyback on Councilmember Dover. Please try to incorporate real turf, not artificial turf. We do have an issue with PFAS contamination currently. I believe the city is involved in a class action lawsuit over that. So just want to reiterate, we don't want to contribute to that happening in our environment. And it does help cool us to have, you know, plants and open spaces that are not covered with impervious surfaces. So just want to piggyback on that. Again, excited for the sport. We do need these flat fields. I understand it's not just a park for public use, but I think it's a great addition to the city. So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Can I send it back to you?
Thank you. I don't know if we need 2 motions, but I move to accept both reports, the annual report and the status report.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, thank you so much.
Hello?
Okay, we are going to go into attorney-client privilege. Did you say something, Councilwoman?
Yeah, I was trying to have some discussion real quick. I didn't vote. I didn't realize it was going to be both items at the same time. I thought it was just for the youth sports arena or the sports arena.
Okay. No, we opened both items simultaneously, so that's why we took them both together.
What was that?
Oh, I said we opened them both items together.
Okay, I would like a little more detail on the, you know, how it performed, if there was any concerns from staff or calls for code enforcement or anything before we approve that.
I think we've already voted. If, what I'm gonna do is have staff get with you And then, did you put, I will go back to our city attorney, if her vote is not on the record.
I didn't vote, so
Okay.
there shouldn't be a vote on the.
That's why I
Yeah.
said that, so that's why I'm asking. Mr. Shipman?
Yeah, I mean, I think the vote is over. I mean, so the next thing that could happen would be like a motion to reconsider if that would.
Okay,
body wanted to
I'm
go that
gonna, we will open it so you can put your vote on the record. So I will do a motion to reconsider. Second. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Oh, wait, I'd like discussion on it. I'm not comfortable voting without any additional information from staff regarding any type of code enforcement issues or, calls. I'm not saying that there are, but I just would like to know that for sure, how it's interacting with the community around it. So I'm going to abstain from this vote because I don't have enough information.
Okay, well, listen, I will get you the information you need. I'm asking City Manager Bryant to weigh in so that you have everything that you feel comfortable with, whether you vote or not, or moving forward. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Councilmember Ebert, this is not a city staff presentation, so we don't have those figures right now. We can certainly pull them and email them to you, but it's not our presentation, so we weren't prepared to present on anything.
Okay, I just feel like in the future it's relevant to include that when we're doing a report, kind of a follow-up on what's happening, to have, a little bit more information from the community and the city of Reno. So I just wanted to put that on the record. I'm going to abstain still, just because I think it's relevant to the, discussion.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me just ask one thing, because I need to make sure that you get the information that you need before you come into a council meeting. And that information would be when you have a staff briefing, and I assume that you had a staff briefing, because I understand that all council members get a staff briefing, like I do.
And I have asked for this information to be included. I think it's relevant.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at, is that I want to make sure in your staff briefing, if you need any information or you need any staff here to answer those questions, if you could ask in that staff briefing, because then today we could have asked them to come forward and answer those questions. Did you ask during that time?
I have asked, yes, I've spoken, I believe it was with Ms. Booth, and I think Councilmember Reese was on that briefing with me. It was a while back, but I've asked for this to be included in the presentation, or have also a follow-up presentation by staff.
I guess I'm not clear. Did you ask for it in your last briefing?
I don't recall if I asked for my last briefing, but I did ask for it the last time.
Okay, I just want to get clarity so that I can have the information for you so you can always make the best possible decision. So I'm just going to ask City Manager Bryant to make sure that if Councilmember Ebert needs anything in your briefings, that we'll make sure we have staff here so she can best weigh her decisions. Okay? All right. Thank you, everyone. We have to go into
Do we
attorney.
have to revote?
We do.
Oh, we do have
Okay.
to revote?
Do we want to
oh,
do
okay.
two different ones on C5 and C6?
City attorney said we can combine them, and.
I know, but then it prevents Ms. Ebert from being able to vote on the one that she agrees with.
Okay, well,
That was all I'm suggesting.
Okay.
C5,
Jonathan, how would, just give us a outline what you'd like to see for the record.
I mean, just for simplicity, just if you would vote on each one separately, that'd be great.
Okay, I'm going to hand it to you. Go ahead.
Okay, on item C5, I move to accept the annual report.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
City Attorney, I'm not sure, do I say I'm opposed, or do I just say I'm abstaining?
You can't.
I'm going to have to look at that. I mean, it might come down that you're opposed to it because I think there's a
abstain.
requirement that you have to vote if you're in the meeting. So unless you're out of the meeting currently. I think it goes down as a, but I can get back to you on that. We can clarify
Great.
that.
I would appreciate that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, give me your.
Okay, so in item number C6, I motion that we accept the status report.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we're gonna go into attorney-client. And we are going to need an hour. So what time is it? Let's just say it's 12:30. We will be back at 1:30. Thanks, everyone, for your patience.
Hi, I'm Reno Fire Chief Dave Cochran. It's an honor to connect with you as we look back on 2024, a year of innovation, strong work, and unwavering dedication to protecting our community. The Reno Fire Department reached incredible milestones, overcame challenges, and made a real impact on the biggest little city. Let's look back at 2024 and the achievements and highlights of the Reno Fire Department.
2024's wildland season tested our region with incidents like the Gold Ranch, Davis, and Callahan fires, straining resources from across the West. Although these fires happened just outside Reno city limits, our firefighters stepped up to assist while ensuring our Reno community remained well protected. In 2024, RFD deployed 264 resources to more than 100 wildland fires, contributing over 65,000 hours of work. These efforts brought nearly $2 million in reimbursements back to the department. Right here at home, we responded to 51,737 calls for service, an increase of over 2,000 from the previous year. Our commitment to service continues to grow along with our community.
The Safety and Training Division saw impressive growth in 2024, paving the way for a stronger, more skilled team. We proudly promoted 11 captains and 8 operators, hired 25 new firefighters, and welcomed 5 single-role EMS personnel. This year, we ran 2 3-week fire equipment operator engine academies, 1 2-week fire equipment operator truck academy, and a 2-week acting captains academy. These intensive programs help sharpen our skills and prepare our teams for any situation. We also expanded our monthly company-level training sessions, introducing specialized active shooter training and wide area search exercises. And through partnerships with surrounding fire departments, we enhanced our response capabilities for wildland fires and hazmat operations. Additionally, we upgraded the training facilities at Station 11 with new technology to improve the delivery of our programs, ensuring our team is always ready to meet the demands of our city.
The Reno Fire Prevention Bureau experienced significant strides this year in 2024, starting with the appointment of a new fire marshal, 3 fire captains, and 3 new fire inspectors. Our team saw great success in our arson investigations, achieving an impressive 80% conviction rate and completed over 6,000 building inspections to help keep Reno safe. For the 4th consecutive year, we hosted our dumpster program thanks to a grant from State Farm. This program helps neighborhoods in the wildland-urban interface clear dry vegetation and debris, creating defensible space. Thank you to everyone who participated and helped reduce wildfire risk in our community. In 2024, we were also thrilled to receive nearly $245,000 from FEMA's Fire Prevention and Safety Grant to develop a community wildfire protection plan. This comprehensive framework will prioritize wildfire mitigation efforts, improve emergency preparedness, and ensure long-term safety for Reno's residents and infrastructure. Keep an eye out in the coming months for ways to get involved. We're excited to collaborate with you.
In 2024, we worked closely with our community partners to update the Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan. The plan assesses the potential impact of all prioritized hazards to the region and provides mitigation strategies and actions to reduce such risks. The update ensures the plan remains effective in addressing the evolving needs of our communities. We also prioritized firefighter health with initiatives like our 4th annual cancer screenings and the introduction of the coronary calcium scan. These proactive prevention programs are vital in detecting early markers of heart disease and cancer, critical steps for firefighters facing heightened risks associated with their profession. Additionally, we launched a groundbreaking pilot program with the Epic Brain Center, exploring enhanced mind-body performance treatments. This innovative approach supports firefighters dealing with PTSD and other mental health challenges, while empowering them with improved executive function to perform at their best.
2024 was a landmark year for the Reno Fire Department Emergency Medical Services Division with 30,649 calls for service. Collaboration played a key role in 2024 as we joined forces with regional partners to strengthen our unified response to medical emergencies.
We were excited to welcome our new EMS management assistant and expand our specialized training for our single role program. Ensuring our EMS team is always prepared to meet our community's high demand for advanced emergency medical services. We conducted division-level training on new medical equipment, including cutting-edge video laryngoscope blades that are vital in life-saving situations and new medications that can be used to treat various patient presentations by our mid and advanced level providers. We also implemented a new medical charting platform, further enhancing patient care.
Reno Fire Department's Support Services Division achieved significant milestones in 2024. Enhanced vehicle maintenance and repair, increased apparatus safety, and equipment modernization. Through our apparatus replacement program, we added 2 new brush trucks designed for firefighting in rugged terrain and a state-of-the-art ambulance, ensuring our fleet meets the diverse needs of our community. We also enhanced operations by refining the use of fleet cameras throughout our vehicles. These systems capture critical moments during incidents, training, and daily operations, providing insights that improve safety and support crew education. Our logistics team continues to push innovation forward, adopting advanced battery-powered tools on our fire engines and ladder trucks, and improved personal protective equipment. These enhancements extend equipment lifespan, improve functionality, and prioritize firefighter safety. Looking ahead, we're excited to introduce a new heavy rescue apparatus in 2025, the first of its kind for our department since 1986. As an all-risk fire department supporting many different types of incidents, this edition ensures our crews are ready to respond to any emergency, no matter the challenge.
As we reflect on 2024, the Reno Fire Department has much to celebrate. From our interlocal agreement with the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority, enabling us to assume firefighting services across all airport properties, and our partnership with Truckee Meadows Fire and Rescue, which now provides automatic aid to ensure the closest resource responds to emergencies, no matter the jurisdiction. We're building the foundation for continued growth and excellence. I'm pleased to share that we also received the keys to 455 East 2nd Street, our future central fire station. We're excited to begin serving you from this state-of-the-art facility in 2027. At RFD, we believe that being part of the community is just as important as responding to emergencies. Whether it's hosting fire safety programs, participating in local events, or building relationships with residents, we strive to be more than the first responders. We're your neighbors, partners, and advocates for a safer region. None of our work would be possible without the dedication of our team and unwavering support of our Reno City Council, state and federal representatives. Their commitment ensures RFD is always ready to serve and protect our community. On behalf of the Reno Fire Department, thank you for your trust and support. Together we accomplished so much in 2024, and we look forward to an even brighter and safer year ahead. Thank you for standing with us.
My name is Robert Downs. I'm a field specialist with RISE, and this experience with Bonnie Pace and the Pathway Pilot has been awesome and tremendous, and I'll never forget it.
As we move into the next budget year, we're excited to share some of the key accomplishments this past year in the biggest little city.
Whether working to ensure a safe and welcoming community, planning for responsible growth, or maintaining strong fiscal accountability to our residents, our team is dedicated to building a community that people are proud to call home.
Running a city is no small feat. It takes 7 dedicated council members and over 1,700 committed employees to make this city thrive. While you see some of them every day, many are behind the scenes.
But we all have one thing in common. We make Reno more than just livable. We make it lovable. Ensuring the infrastructure in our community stands the test of time is critical to obtaining a vibrant and resilient city.
The Utility Services team oversees stormwater, wastewater, and recycled water throughout the city, including the sanitary sewer system. I know sewer is one of those things that people don't often talk about, but sewer systems play a crucial role in protecting public health and our environment. One important element in the sanitary sewer system is lift stations, which are needed in low-lying areas to pump sewage up to a gravity sewer line. All of our sewer lines convey sewage and ultimately end up at our wastewater treatment facilities. Over the last 5 years, our team evaluated 27 public lift stations in our community and determined that some needed major rehabilitation. Since the evaluation, the city has successfully rehabilitated 5 lift stations and completed the design improvements for their 7 remaining stations in need of rehabilitation. These remaining lift stations will be constructed in the next 2 years to ensure the sustainability of the systems for years to come.
Since 1995, City of Reno Council has made street maintenance and rehabilitation a major priority. The Public Works team maintains a pavement management system to evaluate the condition and serviceable life of over 755 miles of streets. This system allows us to plan for preventative maintenance and major rehabilitation projects based on priority.
Maintaining infrastructure, such as roads, is the job of the maintenance and operations team. This last year, the Streets Division maintained 755 miles of paved roads. That includes 37,000 miles of road being plowed, over 6,000 potholes repaired, and over 12 million square feet of cracks sealed or filled. Our teams work round the clock when needed to ensure that residents can get where they need to go safely, rain, snow, or shine.
At the City of Reno, in our Sewer and Storm Drain Division, there's 50 of us that take care of just over 800 miles of sanitary sewer. That includes 35 lift stations. Our Sewer and Storm Drain Division in the City of Reno ensures safe maintenance for over 600 miles of stormwater lines. It's our aggressive preventative maintenance program that ensures that your system will respond properly to prevent overflows and flooding, keeping our residents and our environment safe and sound.
The fleet management team maintains over 850 pieces of equipment, including police cars and other emergency response equipment. This year, the fleet management team was ranked in the top 100 best fleets in the Americas, and doing work in-house saves the city millions of dollars each and every year.
And our final areas of responsibility is facility maintenance. We perform a wide variety of repairs and remodels and preventative maintenance on over 200 city-owned buildings. And just this last year, we completed a seismic retrofit of City Hall, which ensures the safety of both staff and the public during earthquakes.
Parks, recreation, and open space are vital for creating healthy, sustainable, and vibrant communities. Last November, the Reno City Council adopted the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Master Plan. The plan identifies top priorities and an implementation strategy to improve existing parks, trails, and recreational facilities, identifying and acquiring land for new parks and recreational spaces, activating the Truckee River Corridor and downtown spaces, and expanding recreational programming.
But the crowning achievement this year for the Parks team is the Moana Springs Community Aquatics and Fitness Center. Opening in August, this 52,000 square foot facility will include a 50-meter indoor competition pool, multi-use indoor recreation pool, an outdoor soaking pool, 5,000 square foot fitness facility, and more. This project represents a vital investment in the health and well-being of our community for generations to come.
As we approach the completion of two major projects in our community, the Public Safety Center and the Moana Springs Aquatic Center, it's important to highlight the clean energy components of both projects. At Moana Springs, the city received a Community Project Funding Award to install solar and was selected by NV Energy to be a community-based solar resource host site at the same location. The Moana Springs parking lot features solar-covered parking to support this project, and the Public Safety Center will include rooftop solar as well as battery storage to provide energy savings. By investing in clean energy, we are moving towards a cleaner, more resilient, and equitable energy future for our community.
Reno is one of the best places to live, work, and play, so we know that growth in our community is inevitable. At the city, we are focused on responsible growth to achieve balanced and long-term development that benefits all residents. Last year, the City of Reno completed the ward redistricting process that transitioned our community from 5 to 6 wards. Redistricting ensures that each elected official represents approximately the same number of residents. Final maps for the new wards were voted on by the Reno City Council following a community engagement process that spanned across 4 months and included 17 opportunities for residents to participate. The new ward maps will go into effect following the 2024 election cycle. We encourage you to visit our online mapping tool to learn more about the new wards.
Responsible growth means long-term planning. In January of 2021, the city adopted a new zoning code. And in June of 2022, the city initiated an amendment to address outstanding cleanup items. This includes everything from grammatical errors to accounting for updates in state law. Development Services has spent the past year working through these changes and seeking public input. Final adoption of an updated zoning code is anticipated early next year.
The City of Reno is working with our regional partners to manage water resources sustainably for future generations through the One Water Nevada initiative. This program is working to ensure there is enough water available to meet the needs of all users while protecting and even improving the region's water quality and environmental integrity. A key element of this project is the Advanced Purified Water Facility at American Flats. With construction expected to begin in the near future, this facility will apply state-of-the-art water purification processes and provide the region with the potential for over 2 million gallons of high-quality drinking water daily.
At the City of Reno, we are focused on ensuring that everyone has access to safe and affordable housing.
The City of Reno helps to improve housing stability by providing rental and deposit assistance for all residents, including seniors and veterans. In the past 6 months, the team has assisted 584 households with rent, supported 175 cost-burdened seniors, and dispersed $1.5 million in rental assistance.
The City of Reno is a leader on the affordable housing front. Back in 2019, the state law changed, and since then, the city has been allowed to enact an ordinance that has given us the right to waive or reduce fees for sewer connection fees and building permit fees, as long as the project is associated with an affordable housing development. And to date, Reno has approved reductions and waivers totaling almost $8 million. This has contributed to 1,800 new affordable housing units that are moving forward. City Council has also added conditional requirements for certain development projects, and those are to help pay for affordable housing. This has been triggered on 5 development projects. This is estimated to generate over $4 million in funds, which will support affordable housing.
Last year, the City of Reno supported the development of 492 affordable units through funding programs and city incentives, including federal home funds, volume cap allocation, and sewer fee reductions. Developments that were supported include the Marva Way Apartments, Copper Mesa Apartments, Oravada Street Senior Apartments, and the Ridge at Sun Valley.
And while increasing the number of affordable housing units is a priority, the team is also working to invest in low to moderate income neighborhoods. In the past year, the city funded $1 million in park and pedestrian safety renovations and supported key projects, including park improvements at Robin Hood, Dick Taylor, Paradise, and Mayor's Parks.
Downtown Reno is evolving as our community transitions from a region focused on tourism to a more economically diverse city that supports urban living, transportation, social gathering, and small businesses.
Many consider Virginia Street to be the heart of our downtown, and the Virginia Street placemaking study reinforced that. Gill Design Firm, over 3 phases of community engagement, developed a strategy and a long-term plan of what our Virginia Street and our downtown could look like. City Council approved the placemaking study last fall and identified $2.5 million in state and local fiscal recovery funds to implement phase 1 of the study. This year, state and local fiscal recovery funds were also utilized to create the Restore Reno Facade and Tenant Improvement Program. The program provided matching funds to property owners and tenants for facade improvements and interior upgrades. 39 businesses were awarded matching grants, with the total economic improvement value of the combined projects being $5.7 million.
At the same time, the team partnered with the Regional Transportation Commission to develop the Downtown Micromobility Plan, enhancing downtown roadway networks to improve safety for all users and create a more welcoming environment for pedestrians, bicyclists, and other micromodes of transportation. Design is currently underway for this project, and construction is anticipated in 2026. And no discussion of the downtown area is complete without addressing the Truckee River Corridor. This year, City Council approved the use of state and local fiscal recovery funds to make improvements along the Truckee River path, including activation efforts, enhanced safety with better lighting, paint refresh, path improvements, and more.
Reno is committed to building a community where all residents feel welcome, safe, and able to fully participate in their government.
Providing access to city programs and services is critical to building a strong community. From improving ramp access to City Hall to the addition of Ubi Duo 3 and Listen Everywhere devices, we are working to make government more accessible for everyone. Throughout the year, our team works with community partners to host celebrations that embrace, honor, and recognize the diverse cultures represented in the biggest little city. This includes the Black History Month celebration in City Plaza and the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month celebration at Wingfield Park. Building a welcoming community requires intentional efforts to embrace diversity, inclusivity, and create opportunities for all residents to thrive.
The safety, health, and well-being of all residents is our #1 priority as we work to build a community we are proud to call home.
The Reno Fire Department provides all-risk service to the citizens and visitors of the biggest little city. Last year, the team ran almost 50,000 calls, a record high for the department. This includes everything from emergency medical response and water rescue missions to all types of fires, including structure, brush, and vehicle, to name a few. The team continues to meet the needs of our growing community by increasing staffing and resources for the department, maintaining the strongest training program in the region, upgrading equipment through the fire apparatus replacement program, and investing in proactive fire prevention measures. We're excited to announce that plans are already underway for construction of a new central fire station that will be located in the heart of downtown. The 70,000 square foot facility will house administrative and fire personnel with the ability to respond with up to 5 separate crews to serve the busiest part of our city. We look forward to its completion in 2027.
The Reno Police Department boasts 354 sworn staff members. To meet the growing needs of our community, we added 43 new and dedicated officers to the ranks, along with the hiring of 7 lateral officers from other departments throughout the country. Last year, our patrol teams responded to over 72,000 calls for service. The traffic team responded to 2,971 accidents. Victim services served over 2,300 victims, and the investigation section was assigned 3,762 cases. These cases covered offenses from property crimes to crimes against persons. In September, the department launched a new data-driven initiative to improve crime and blight in downtown. The Directed Engagement, Enforcement, and Deployment Strategy, affectionately known as DEEDS, has been in operation for just over 6 months. In that time, we have seen a 12% decrease in the citizen-initiated calls for service, a 55% decrease in vehicle versus pedestrian crashes, and a 29% decrease in commercial burglaries. We are excited to announce in August of this year we will celebrate the opening of our new Public Safety Center in downtown Reno.
The Public Safety Center will serve as the headquarters for the Reno Police Department. Located in the former Reno Gazette-Journal building, this facility will be able to provide a swift emergency response to our community. This state-of-the-art facility is double the size of the existing station and provides exciting new features such as expanded public parking, private interview areas, community engagement meeting space, and improved safety and security features to ensure the building will stand the test of time.
A fast emergency response would be impossible without the crucial work of our Reno dispatchers. Last year, our dispatch team answered over 500,000 calls, serving as the vital link between individuals in need of assistance and emergency service providers. And this last year, the cities of Reno and Sparks, along with Washoe County and Remza, came together to identify a unified computer-aided dispatch program that will deploy the nearest and most appropriate resources to an emergency. The technology will be launched in 2025, improving emergency response for the entire region.
Our staff is made up of talented and dedicated people who are passionate about the biggest little city. We've built a workplace filled with integrity, positivity, collaboration, and diversity. An organization that has been nominated as one of the best places to work in Northern Nevada for 3 years running, and was the first organization in Northern Nevada to be recognized as one of the best places for working parents. Our employees have endless opportunities to make a positive impact in our community. The people and stories behind our programs are why we take pride in our jobs and why we love this city. When we proudly look at the community we've built, we know we are just getting started.
We've had a lot of great accomplishments this last year, but the work isn't done. As we begin the next fiscal year, be on the lookout for some major projects.
Soon we'll be opening the new Public Safety Center and the Moana Springs Community Aquatics and Fitness Center. These landmark projects will serve generations of Renoites for years to come. We hope you'll join us for both celebrations.
And keep an eye on downtown as we continue to focus on revitalization using the input and feedback we receive from our community. You'll see improvements to the Riverwalk, activation of Virginia Street, and improvements for pedestrians and micromobility users alike.
To keep up to date on everything that's happening at the city, check out our website at reno.gov and follow us on X, Facebook, or Instagram at City of Reno.
Until next year!
You know how speeders got categories?
Categories?
Different types, different cars. Wannabe race car drivers with zero talent and all the insurance claims.
Go on.
Yeah, so you got the I didn't realize I was going 95 type. Like the car magically went 45 over just on its own.
Ah, officer, I thought I was going 45. No, buddy, you thought about going 45.
Well, then you got the I'm late for work guys. Like going 25 over is gonna make up for the 30 minutes they spent laying in bed watching TikToks.
Ain't nothing like risking a reckless driving charge to get to a job that you already hate.
We can't forget the I was just keeping up with traffic folks.
Oh, the if everybody jumped off the bridge defense.
Just because everybody else is breaking the law doesn't mean that you get a free pass.
Nah, but it does mean we all get to sit on the side of the road together while we trade life stories and I write this ticket at lightning speed. There's one.
Yeah, we got a black Volkswagen headed your way, guys.
Got him.
In all seriousness, Reno, we need to slow down when driving on our roads.
Speed and impairment are the two biggest factors in fatality crashes.
That is why the Reno Police Department will be conducting proactive speeding enforcement on McCarran and around the city.
Slow down, Reno.
You got it?
I'm not from Nevada, and pretty sure the speed limit signs all look the same everywhere.
Do you want to make a difference in your neighborhood? The City of Reno's 6 neighborhood advisory boards are your chance to shape the future of your community. From parks and public safety to development projects, your voice matters. Joining a NAB is easy, and it's a great way to connect with neighbors and city leaders while making Reno an even better place to live. Applications are open now. Visit reno.gov/NAB to learn more and apply. Get involved and help make Reno not just livable, but lovable.
I'm Corey, I'm a housing manager with the City of Reno, and we are here at our second Love Your Block project, pop-up nursery for Yorrie Avenue residents. We had residents of this neighborhood apply, and we've got about 75 plants and trees here to give out to the neighbors to beautify the neighborhood, get a little more green here. It's one day of planting and a lifetime of shade and beautiful greenery in the neighborhood.
The Yorrie pop-up nursery is a project that my neighbor and I kind of came up with. People get to beautify their yards. Sometimes landscaping is intimidating due to the cost. This initiative, this project helps kind of eliminate that obstacle for a lot of people. And so it'll be nice to see more plants in more people's yards and just make more of a beautiful neighborhood. Secondarily, I'm a huge fan of pollinators and native plants. And so getting more of those in the ground is just gonna help the environment overall.
It's super exciting. I love this project. I started the Be Friendly campaign, which was created to help people talk to their neighbors. So a lot of times when you start a pollinator garden in your front yard, it doesn't look like a traditional yard. So I created these signs to kind of help with communication. It's a great neighborhood gathering, and I'm super proud to be a part of it.
We're just so excited to be here in partnership with Reno Food Systems, Be Friendly Nevada, and the Nevada Division of Forestry, alongside all these neighbors to get in the neighborhood and get planting.
My name is Maria Hernandez Ponce. I am a graduate from the community court, and I'm here to share my success story.
About 5 months ago, you and I sat down for the first time and had a discussion.
Yes.
What do you need? What do you want? And now look at you. Tell me, I got bits and pieces along the way, but share what that was like. What was it like right before I met you, and what is it like now?
Well, before you met me, I was going through a very hard time. I ended up, having to give guardianship of my son to my brother. I was trying to recover from drugs, and here you came, the community court, and yourself. And I mentioned that to you, and you told me about all these nice programs and resources that are available to me. And thinking 5 months back, I would have never thought that I'd be here right now. That's for sure.
Yeah. What connection did you make in community court that helped you achieve that?
Well, taking accountability for my actions, realizing that I had a problem. Step one, admitting that you're powerless and your life has become unmanageable.
Yeah.
That's definitely very important. And then reaching out for help would be the second most important, I would say.
Nice. That's so cool. Yes. You are the image of what I want everybody that I meet at community court to accomplish. It's you.
Right.
Every box I intend to check, and rarely do, you do, and you check all of them.
I originally met Maria on our first day of work. We both had the same start date. So we got to meet each other there, and we immediately bonded. I immediately saw huge potential in Maria. She is really great. She's a people person, and she just strives for the stars.
If it wasn't for community court, I wouldn't be where I am today. They pushed me to get the help that I needed with my recovery. They helped me get my job. They've helped me through every step of the way.
Community court is an alternative to traditional court, and in essence, that's what is different about it. Is it's the alternative approach. I think in traditional court, it's more cut and dry, black and white. You've committed this crime. This is the standard sentencing. Therefore, here you go. At community court, Judge Hazlett Stevens, who I couldn't say enough good things about him and the way that he is driving this court. It's started with Nevada Urban Indians. Her counselor, Troy, knocked it out of the park with the substance use counseling. Job Connect, Tim is our contact there, and he did a great job of working with her. They did the application process right away. They met later that week. They completed all of the online applications, sent out all the information they needed to, who then linked her to the placement agency that got her in here. She also worked with Downtown Reno Partnership, who helped her get her IDs. She wouldn't have been able to get this job without those IDs. And so it was several people working together as one to achieve what we consider the perfect success with Maria.
Hi, I'm Monica Kirch. I am the Director of Housing and Neighborhood Development for the City of Reno. The Rapid Rehousing Pilot Program is a program that the City of Reno started in coordination with Volunteers of America and the Reno Housing Authority.
Programs like the Rapid Rehousing Pilot Program are important to Volunteers of America because it gives us an opportunity to catch individuals who are otherwise potentially falling between the cracks as far as services go.
The Reno Housing Authority assists nearly 15,000 Washoe County residents through its traditional housing programs, yet we know there are many more who need assistance. The Reno Housing Authority supports the Rapid Rehousing Pilot Program in two ways. The first way is through a financial contribution to support half the salary of the service coordinator who works directly with clients at Village on Sage. The second way that we support the program is by ensuring that clients are on one of RHA's wait lists prior to being housed at Village on Sage.
The program is new and we just started housing people within about the last month. We have several folks now staying at the Village on Sage, working with a service coordinator.
Partnerships like this give RHA the opportunity to assist more families outside of our traditional programs. And it's these innovative partnerships that create a stepping stone from temporary housing into long-term permanent housing.
So specifically, this program works with individuals who are on a fixed or low income who can't afford conventional rents. And they're eligible for a housing voucher, but they still have to take the time to wait for that voucher. So it allows us to support them in that intermediary time frame so they can stay housed and have access to services. I know specifically with this program, a lot of our folks are coming directly from the street and haven't had a rental in a very long time. Specifically, Mikey hadn't paid rent in over a decade. And so it was really exciting for him to come to the office with his money and just celebrate that new experience that he got to have.
Hi, I'm Mike, and welcome to Village on Sage. Come on, let's go look around. Here, welcome. And this is what we get. I got a brand new television. It's an Element. This is one of the finer televisions. You're welcome to bring your transportation inside with you. Nobody cares as long as you keep it neat and tidy. What can I tell you? The door's open, the train's right there, so if you like trains, excellent. And this is where all the magic happens. This is where the happiness, where we come to ground out. And this is just where, we can be ourselves. I know it's cold out there. It's cold, and you don't want to be homeless in the high desert. Guys, if you don't have a room, you want to get a room, think about Village on Sage. I know it doesn't look like all that from the entranceway, but you never judge a book by its cover, right?
The Village on Sage Street is ideal for the rapid rehousing program because we're in a transitional setting by means that they're month-to-month units, so they have their own space where they can find and build their comfort and also build community while having access to a multitude of supportive services.
The program service coordinator ensures that clients receive the assistance they need as they transition out of homelessness and into Village on Sage, and then ultimately will help them navigate through RHA's admissions process. The program also helps clients prepare for permanent housing and the adjustments that they're experiencing as they move out of homelessness and eventually into permanent housing.
My hope for the future of this program is that we get folks housed and off of the street and they're into safe permanent housing that they can afford in the long run.
RHA hopes that clients assisted through the program can find respite from living on the streets and ultimately find long-term, safe, permanent, affordable housing.
On top of just having a unit here at the Village on Sage Street of their own, they also have access to community resources. Those resources include a community fitness room, a conference room, community lounge, a mail room, computer room, on-site laundry, and on-site vending.
Unit here at the Village, they're $555. So in this instance that somebody can afford $300, the program would fill in the $255 monthly, and then that would keep them housed until their permanent unit came open. That would be subsidized to the amount of money that they make.
RHA is always looking for opportunities to fill gaps in the affordable housing landscape, and it's a partnership like this where 3 community agencies came together to do just that.
Volunteers America is grateful to have the opportunity to partner with the City of Reno and Reno Housing Authority to run this pilot program and provide additional housing for folks who are on a fixed income and otherwise waiting for their permanent housing.
Community can support this program through donating to Volunteers of America or making donations to the City of Reno. We have had a donation from some of our local housing champions of $20,000 that is going to help extend it a little bit also. So those are the 2 ways that folks can get involved and make donations to keep this program going.
The community is really going to benefit from the new Public Safety Center in a lot of ways. It's a state-of-the-art brand new facility that's going to allow the public access to us in a way that they've never had before in the city.
It takes a lot of people, a lot of effort, and a lot of time.
It takes every individual, all of us on a daily basis to make this project work every single day.
I grew up in the area. Wanting to make this city great and keep this city safe was a big part of it. It's a great testament to the city of Reno too, just that they would have the leadership and the guts to go forward with a project like this that's so important to the community.
We needed something that was large enough for the expanding police department. The current site that the police department are on would need to be demolished because the building has some real structural problems, along with some hazardous materials that need to be abatement.
The hazardous conditions that you can find in buildings such as this are things like asbestos, things that were commonplace in buildings at the time when this was built. You have old pipes in here, you have old ventilation, you have dust.
They're working in jail cells. The water quality is not good over at the other station. It's important for us in our community to realize that, you know, they're doing a great service for us. They're all protecting us, and we need to protect them as well.
I have employees that work out of old jail cells on the second floor, which is, you know, pretty much an abomination that you spend your life doing a service to our community in a jail cell. It's got bars on the walls. But we're not able to provide the space that these employees need and treat them with the respect and dignity that they deserve. When you work in a building that has issues, that doesn't show the benefits that you are bringing to the community.
We looked at the fact that we could reuse an existing facility. You know, there's a lot of character in the city of Reno, and we do look at keeping some of that character. This building, being the Reno Gazette-Journal, had a lot of history. And I tell you, when I first walked into this building, I felt the buzz of all of the media. It was really energizing. Justin came over and we took a look at it. We knew that it would be a big effort, but to reuse the same building, we thought that it made a good fit.
There's a lot of challenges, a lot of work between our architect and our police department on figuring out how to fit in police department in this building.
Police departments generally don't visit people on the best days of their lives. They're usually when they're having something going on that's creating some sort of trauma or some sort of experience that usually isn't positive. And then to come into a place that's not welcoming and inviting and comfortable, and a place where we don't even have private rooms to talk to people currently, is going to change that dynamic completely when they walk into the new Public Safety Center.
First step is you've got to have an architect. We probably sat down for at least 9 months going back and forth. Is this space the right size? Does this space have enough windows? How do we get access for video and surveillance and that sort of thing? They did an absolutely fabulous job putting together a set of plans for us.
When I looked at the designs initially, I was so proud that they were already in that space where they needed to be. There were very few modifications that I even had to suggest.
We looked at it's called a design bid build, because we already had the design. So we put it out to bid to the public. Plenum Builders, they were our selected bidder.
Part of it is that we knew that the city needed this project. We knew this was a community need, and we knew it was a challenge. And so we sort of look at ourselves as someone or a company that is willing to step up and take on a tough challenge.
One of the things that we also looked at in that time period is funding. As you all know, everything doubled in price practically after COVID, and that was a shock to us.
The pandemic affected construction in so many different ways. All those things sort of, conspired to go against the cost of the project. So that was a challenge, but, I think we did a great job of bidding out the project, getting the right subcontractors on board, vetting the pricing, making sure that it was fair and reasonable based on the current economics.
We sat in a room and we were like, okay, what can we do here? How can we provide the community with the facility that this community really needs? Our project manager, Justin George, he actually came over here and moved his office here, and it worked out really well because he had 100
15,000 square foot to himself.
One of the major challenges early in the project is upgrading the structure of the building. So this building had to be upgraded from a level 2, which is what it was required for when RGJ occupied it, to be a level 4 risk category building. The upgrades that we did to the structure and foundation make this building able to withstand a larger disaster and remain operational, to be able to provide service to the community during a major event like an earthquake. Some of the elements involved with that upgrade include upgrading the foundation, increasing the seismic capacity. So we had to add larger footings, larger foundations under the columns. We had to add some seismic braces to the building. We reused as much of the building as we can. We salvaged a bunch of steel, and a bunch of concrete, and a bunch of materials from being demolished and tossed into the landfill. We worked with the carpeting manufacturer to remove all of the carpet in the building and send that off to be recycled, rather than 100,000 square feet of carpet being removed and dumped in the landfill. Replaced a lot of the old inefficient 40-year-old HVAC systems with up-to-date efficient mechanical systems. Not only does it have a backup generator, but it's also going to have solar and a battery system to provide resiliency in this building to be sustainable and better serve the police department and community. So sustainability is something we're thinking about from the beginning, from design through to the end in construction.
We're able to expand our women's locker room areas and allow for that growth that we're hoping to see in our organization as we diversify and move forward. There's going to be space inside that facility that will allow us to conduct in-house training. We are going to have a much better access to things like a real-time crime center where we can actually see what's happening in day-to-day, providing that privacy, that space, bringing people in, and then growing our department in a manner that makes sense. Moving into that new building and having all that equipment and that ability to do it is going to be very important to help those goals happen.
I believe that we, through our partnership that we have with the contractor, the architect, and my team, Justin and his team, they work together so well that we are going to deliver an excellent facility for this community. It's going to be a generational project. It is a generational project. And I think that our police men and women deserve better than what they have now.
I was very impressed with the team that was on the building team, the design team, our liaison that's working with the police department. Everybody really had a good working knowledge of what we needed to put into a police department to make it modern, but not trendy or flashy, something that is going to withstand the test of time. I can't say enough about the hard work and dedication that all of the team has put forward, and I'm just really excited to see how all their work is going to pay off.
It feels great to drive by and be able to point at something like this and say, we were a part of that, we contributed, we helped get that over the goal line.
It gives me goosebumps, it really does.
Being a part of a legacy project like building a police department, it makes me proud of the work that I do, and it makes me proud at the end of the day when I can go home and tell my family about the things we're doing here.
I want to provide this city and this community what it deserves for the police officers to come to this project, come to this site, be able to grow with this site, and a police officer deserves the best of the best, and that's what this building brings to them, the best of the best.
I think about the people, really, when more than anything. I mean, sure, I'm an engineer and that's what I do, but I think about the people and the people that are involved, and that's what gets me right here, because I think that there's so much heart in this community. I'm a public servant, and I'm going to do my best, and my team, they're going to do their best for the public.
One of the reasons why I joined RCI was just out of curiosity to know more about what the city of Reno does for everyone who lives here. It was a very genuine interaction with all of the people that we were able to meet throughout this process. That experience was incredible.
I'm a small business owner, and so I definitely
felt disconnected, not in a bad way, but in the way where I'm like, oh, if I have an issue, who do I call? And this seemed like a great opportunity to get a lot of information in a relatively short period.
You might touch the street department, or you might touch the police department, the fire department, for whatever reason, just being a regular citizen. But you wouldn't learn about almost all aspects of city government and how it operates.
I have never seen a city that has been so people-oriented. I mean, it really seems like they care, and I love that about Reno. I love it.
This is definitely eye-opening, informative. It's a way to just learn how the city runs and to meet incredible people. Street by street, neighborhood by neighborhood, getting people connected, and running them through some kind of education and connection, I think is incredibly valuable.
You'll have an incredible time. You won't regret it.
It's a benefit all the way around, I think.
Hello, and welcome to the Reno Minute. I'm Chris Payne. We're here this week with Reno Public Safety Dispatch to discuss calling 911. Erin, what tips do you have for the community?
Well, definitely it's a life-saving, life-threatening emergency. You need to call 911. Things for immediate police, fire, or medical response. Make sure you know your location to give the call taker, and only use text to 911 if you can't make a voice call.
Well, this is good information to know. And what should the residents also know about dispatch?
We do have a non-emergency number for all the rest of the calls that aren't emergencies, 334-COPS. Those are things for like parking problems or graffiti. It's also important to know that our call takers take over 500,000 calls a year, so we get pretty busy, but we're always looking for more dispatchers. If you're interested, go to reno.gov/dispatch for a job description.
Outstanding information. Thank you, Erin. And don't forget to follow the City of Reno on all of your favorite social media platforms. So now you know with Reno. I'm Chris Payne for the Reno Minute. Hello, and welcome to the Reno Minute. I'm Chris Payne. We're here today to discuss Community Court. Judge Hazlett Stevens, what exactly can you tell us about Community Court?
Thanks, Chris. We hold Community Court each Wednesday here at the downtown Reno Library. It is an innovative approach to the justice system that offers services rather than jail time for our participants, many of whom are homeless. Services needed include those for substance use disorders, mental illness, chronic homelessness, and chronic unemployment.
This is all good to know, but how does this differ from traditional incarceration?
Community courts reduce crime, increase services to victims, reduce unnecessary use of jail, and save money by collaborating with service providers using a problem-solving approach instead of jail. We also recently implemented a treatment readiness program on site.
This is all great to know. Thank you so much, Judge. And don't forget to follow the City of Reno on all of your favorite social media platforms. So now you know with Reno. I'm Chris Payne for the Reno Minute. Hello, and welcome to the Reno Minute. I'm Chris Payne. We're here this week with the Reno Police Department to discuss the dangers of distracted driving. Officer Reza, what advice do you have on this topic?
Thanks, Chris. Distracted driving claimed over 3,000 lives in 2020. Here locally at the Reno Police Department, we would like to remind everybody that it is illegal to use any electronic handheld device while driving. Texting has become increasingly dangerous.
Outstanding. And what other tips do you have for the community?
If you do need to make a text or make a phone call, simply pull over on the side of the road where it's safe to do so. Once you've pulled over, it is now safe to make that text message or make that phone call. You can even put your cell phone in the back seat, in the trunk, or even in the glove box until you reach your final destination.
Thank you, Officer Reza. And dig this. For more information, go to renopd.com. Also, don't forget to follow the City of Reno and RPD on your favorite social media platforms. So now you know with Reno. I'm Chris Payne for the Reno Minute. Hello, I'm Chris Payne, and it's time for the Reno Minute. Today we're going to discuss making a fire escape plan. Joining us is Chief Mandel from Reno Fire Department.
Thanks, Chris. A fire escape plan is essential because it lets everyone in your household know exactly what to do in case of a fire. Seconds matter in the event of a fire, and an escape plan can make a world of difference. Start by drawing a floor plan of your home and marking all possible exits from each room. Then designate a meeting point outside a safe distance from the home. Practice your escape plan regularly with everyone in your household, especially children. It's important to make sure that everybody knows how to operate windows and doors. It's also important to teach household members to stay low to the ground in smoke and to feel doors for heat before opening them.
Thank you, Chief Mandel. To create your own fire escape plan, scan the QR code on the screen or visit reno.gov/fire. So now you know with Reno. Thank you for watching the Reno Minute. Hello, I'm Chris Payne, and it's time for the Reno Minute. From lap swimming and drop-in sports to fitness equipment, the City of Reno offers many opportunities to get active and have fun. You may even be able to access these offerings at no cost. Kayla, what should residents know about insurance reimbursement?
Thanks, Chris. Our Parks and Recreation Department recently expanded their offerings with insurance companies, offering memberships to them at no cost.
Well, this is exciting. How does it work and who qualifies?
Yeah, the program offers memberships through their individual insurance company. The insurance company then reimburses the City of Reno for each visit that they come and use our facilities. The expansion of this program is especially beneficial to our seniors. However, it qualifies anyone 18 or older. You just need to contact your insurance company.
Thank you, Kayla. And don't forget to contact your insurance company to learn more. Visit reno.gov/parksandrec for more information. So now you know with Reno. I'm Chris Payne for the Reno Minute. Hello, and welcome to the Reno Minute. I'm Chris Payne. We're here this week with maintenance and operations to discuss leaves. Tim, with fall being here, what advice do you have about leaf removal?
Thanks, Chris. This is typically the time of year we start to see the leaves drop, and it's pretty simple. Property owners are responsible for the removal of leaves on their property, and we ask them to do this in a timely manner to help from flooding or clogging drains during a rainstorm.
This is good to know. What other advice do you have for the viewers?
So it is unlawful for homeowners or property owners to rake or blow leaves out into the street. So we ask them to please place them in their garbage cans or in a bag with the excess waste sticker for garbage pickup on their days. And if they could help out our street sweepers by trimming their trees and removing parked cars and garbage cans, would be very helpful.
Outstanding information. Thank you, Tim. And don't forget to follow the City of Reno on all of your favorite social media platforms. So now you know with the Reno Minute. Hello, I'm Chris Payne, and it's time for the Reno Minute. Today we're excited to spotlight the city's new Rolling Recreation Center, a mobile recreation center designed to bring fun and activities to communities across the city. Here's Kayla Snow to tell us more.
Thanks, Chris. Our Rolling Recreation Center is all about making accessible recreation for everyone in our community. Our mobile recreation center travels to various parks following the schedule of the Food Bank of Northern Nevada Kids Cafe Summer Meals Program. This means that not only do kids get free recreational activities, but also a free meal. Our program offers a wide range of activities for people of all ages, including sports, games, arts and crafts, and so much more. The Rolling Recreation Center is free and open to the public. We welcome everyone of all ages to come out, have fun, and enjoy our city parks.
Thank you, Kayla. Visit reno.gov/parks and rec to find out when the Rolling Recreation trailer rolls through a park near you. So now you know with Reno. Thank you for watching the Reno Minute. Hello, and welcome to the Reno Minute. I'm Chris Payne. We're here this week with the Reno Police Department to discuss the SAVE volunteer program. Evan, what is SAVE?
Thanks, Chris. SAVE is an acronym that stands for Senior Auxiliary Volunteer Effort. It's a wonderful organization that comprises of seniors, and they help the police department with additional resources, and through their patrols they help with crime prevention and observations.
Outstanding. Also, if someone wants to volunteer, how do they get involved?
Basically, anyone in SAVE is 50 years of age or older. We ask that they volunteer 16 hours a month, and they can, if you're interested, either call, email, or visit the website for Reno PD.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Evan. And don't forget to follow RPD and the City of Reno on all of your favorite social media platforms. So now you know with the Reno Minute. I'm Chris Payne. Hello, and welcome to the Reno Minute. I'm Chris Payne. We're here this week with Public Works to discuss street rehabilitation and maintenance. Jonathan, what can you tell us about this program?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Our Public Works departments were working really hard to improve our neighborhood streets in our community. For instance, we're just finishing up a rehab project in Midtown where we included the replacement of our roadways, streets, sewer, and even had alleyway improvements.
Well, this is good to know, but how are these neighborhoods
All
chosen?
right, Madam Vice Mayor, if you're ready to reconvene,
Chris,
we're all
good
set.
question.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. We are reconvening the City Council meeting, and we are starting with item number C1.
Okay, so we're reconvening, and just for the record, Mayor Sheevy and Councilmember Ebert are absent at this time.
Okay, do we have a presentation? A brief presentation, I think.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Mayor and council members. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance, for the record. Today is your monthly briefing as I come back each month to give you a financial update. Today's update is on the general fund as we continue to talk about the challenges there. This aligns with the strategic plan through fiscal sustainability. These updates serve as an important internal tool for assessing financial trends and informing policy decisions as we move forward. This agenda before you today has an update on the fiscal year 25 closeout, which is last year, and then a review of the first quarter results for this current year. For fiscal year 25, just a general review of what we talked about at the last meeting in September, that we had two major revenue challenges, and those were in consolidated tax revenues and franchise fee revenues. Both of those were anticipated to be less than budgeted very early on in the budget cycle, and actually at pretty much the same meeting a year ago in October, that's when we had that discussion. At that point, and moving forward through the year, strategic steps were taken to slow hiring and hold vacant positions open. And then Manager Bryant also gave direction to the departments that they needed to find a minimum of 2% savings, and many departments found savings in excess of that. Using these strategic steps, and because this was done, expenditures were reduced and the budget was balanced through this process. This is an update on the slide that you saw last time. This may continue to change a little bit as we're closing out the books. This won't be final until the audit comes back to you in December. Excuse me. The main changes since you last saw this in September, we had to book some accounting entries that related to software subscriptions and leases. These are according to some GASB statements. They have revenues and expenditures that are offsetting. There's no net effect to the bottom line, but those were booked. And then we had some adjustments to some revenue receipts that included corrections to calculations and then booking into the proper year. Instead of being in this year, they should have been last year or vice versa. And so those are typical adjustments that we have during this time of the year when we come across them. They don't normally be of a material nature once you net them together or even alone. In this case, the overall difference is $642 million, a little hard to read on the screen up here, the lines, but the total sources are at $370 million. The total uses are at $368 million, leaving a difference of $1.9 million to the good for fiscal year 25. Do keep in mind that because, as we talked about last time, that C-tax shortfall, that timing gap between the June receipts and the July receipts, that's on here so you can see it, because we are short in the current year that $1.3 million, leaving that difference of around $600,000, and that's really where we're at. Ending fund balance is at 12.2%, that's $38.5 million. We have a reserve fund balance of almost $9.5 million. That was approved with the budget when we adopted it, or when you adopted it. That was to fill that budget gap with some one-time monies, and that's that $9.5 million that we're bringing forward. And then the purchase orders that you see on here, purchase order carry forwards to fiscal year 26, that also includes any contracts that were not encumbered with a purchase order. So anything that was already committed in last year but not finished during that year is brought forward to the current year, finished out and then paid. So we have to bring those funds forward. That will be on the item that you see coming up on C2. That's the augmentation that's coming before you. So in the general fund, that amounts to $4.98 million of things that have already been committed that we will pay in this current year. So if we move on to fiscal year 26, this is a current year we're in, and I want to look at just the first quarter and just give you really highlights of this. So we're looking at July, August, and September, just the first 3 months of the year. Really, we only have one data point for 3 of our major revenue sources. Property tax, we have 1 quarter, it's paid quarterly. Franchise fees, the same thing, it's paid quarterly. And C-tax, although the allocations are monthly, we still only have 1 month for this year. Revenues are trending as we anticipate. They're all on track this year. This was a time, as I mentioned, that we already started talking about last year where we thought franchise fees and consolidated taxes were looking a little iffy. This was the same meeting. I don't see that in these spaces, but we do still have some challenges with C-tax. So aside from C-tax, everything else looks good at this point. I don't have anything to call out here. I did want to put this in front of you again. This is C-tax. It's the same slide you saw last month because I don't have anything new on here, but I wanted to make sure that you were aware of it, that that first payment is short when compared to budget. And we are anticipating any time now to receive the second payment. Department of Taxation did put out a memo on October 2nd and said that that would be delayed until the 3rd week of August. That's really where we're at right now, so it could be any time. And then the ongoing, they anticipate paying it around the 15th of each month. So what they said was around the week of the 15th of each month after this payment. So we'll see how that rolls out. It hasn't been smooth, we all know that, but we are rolling with it and we're giving you the best information that we have when we have it. On the expenditure side for this first quarter, again, if you're looking at just a quarter, you would expect departments to be at least expended up to, but not above 25% at this time period for where we're at in the year. And so right now, all the departments are really, if you average them all, they're averaging around 21% overall. No one is standing out as above for any reason that we don't already, that we're not already aware of. Typically, IT, information technology, does stand out in the first quarter, and they stand out this year as well because their contracts come due at the very beginning of the year. So they pay a lot of those contracts up front, but they're for the full year. So that was the only one that stood out. If you average everyone together, everyone's around 21%, and so we're seeing good savings there, and we continue to monitor that actually month over month. There's nothing else really that's showing that I need to call out for you here. We are early in the year. We are building out the budget for fiscal year 27 at this point. So this is really where we continue to watch revenues and expenditures daily, weekly, monthly, all the time at this point moving forward. Challenges that we still have, you know them, where the economy's uncertain. National policy, tariffs, federal shutdown, all of these things, there's just a lot of uncertainty. Consumers are uncertain, spending's uncertain because we don't have those regular payments of C-tax that normally we have had in the past. It's just a very uncertain time, but I do feel like we are in a stable spot right now to react and to continue to watch and make sure that we do the best things, and I can give you the best information as it's available. Inflationary costs, we know that those are going to continue to go up every year. Everything costs more, and that those costs are really outpacing revenue growth. And we are going to have similar challenges balancing the budget for fiscal year 27 that we had for fiscal year 26. Next month, I'll be at the November 19th council meeting. We will be bringing forward the fee schedule comparison, and it's a comparison to other agencies. The mayor has asked for this in previous years, and we've done this previously. We thought we would like to bring that forward earlier in this process since we know we're going into a budget that is challenging again. So we wanted to get that in front of you so you could review the fees, have more time to look at those before we really get into those deep dives into the workshops and into a lot of other information. So it will have the comparison of all the fees that the city currently charges, and if there is a relevant fee in another local jurisdiction, comparison to that for you to review. And we'll have some departments doing some very brief presentations just to get that going. And then at that same meeting, I will have an overview of the fiscal year 27 budget. It will be the first roll-up, a very early roll-up with all the details and everything, at least for the general fund, and that's going to be our starting point. So you will see that at the next meeting, and we'll know exactly what we're dealing with. So that concludes my presentation. This is not an action item. and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Vicki. Starting to my right, any questions, comments, comments? Councilmember Dorr? Okay, thank you, Vicki.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item number C2. Do we have any public comment on this item, Madam Mayor, or Madam Clerk?
We do not have any public comment registered for this item.
Good afternoon, council members, Vice Mayor. Lindsay Hatfield, Budget Manager. Today I'm bringing forward the first quarter augmentation. This is, we do augmentations every quarter, so we have 4 every year to realign the budget with any changes that have occurred, and to the first quarter in particular to carry forward prior year purchase orders. That is, this is my one slide for you today because there's just not much on the augmentation this quarter. 90-95% of it is just carrying forward all those purchase orders from the prior year. So we don't budget for those in each year individually. We budget all of it in the first year, and then if they don't spend it, we have to carry it forward so they can finish paying those invoices. So that's primarily what's included here, and then there were some grants and reimbursements for a few of the departments. But other than that, we don't have any changes. So that I am here if you have any questions, but it's a pretty straightforward one this time.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'm prepared to make a recommendation.
Okay.
Okay, I move to approve the augmentations and revisions from July 1, 2025 through September 30, 2025.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to item number C4. Welcome.
Hello.
Hey, good afternoon, Vice Mayor, council members, and Manager Bryant. For the record, Elaine Wiseman, Housing and Neighborhood Development. I am excited to be here today to give you an update on our rapid rehousing pilot program. Before I begin, I do want to acknowledge that we have several of our partners in the room. So we have Devin McFarland and Cesar Garcia Arellano with VOA, and a board member, Scott Wong, with VOA, and we have Heidi McHenry with Reno Housing Authority. Okay, let's get started. So the Rapid Rehousing Program aligns with this priority of our strategic plan: economic opportunity, homelessness, and affordable housing. So this PowerPoint is really just meant to walk through, kind of tell the story about how the Rapid Rehousing Program started and where we're at now. So first, the need was identified. So while conducting outreach both internally and with our external partner agencies, it became apparent that there really is a subset of this population that are homeless and have income and are on the waiting list for either RHA or another subsidized waiting list. And so they're also falling through the cracks because of their homelessness, right? So they go from the street, maybe go onto the shelter, they get on a list, and then they miss their mail, and then they're back on the street, and it's just this perpetual cycle that's very difficult to get out of. So how did it begin? Well, city staff and our manager, Bryant, who's a champion, so grateful for her, thought, what if we could get a roof over this population's head, get them stabilized, and provide a short-term subsidy while they're waiting for their permanent housing. And so that's what we did. We identified Village on Sage as the temporary housing location. Most of you are aware of Village on Sage. It's a natural partner for this type of program. Not only is it extremely affordable, so we knew that the subsidies would last longer and we could serve more people, but Volunteers of America also has the ability to provide the wraparound services that are a necessary component for this program. We also knew that we would need Reno Housing Authority on board to help not only the case managers, but also the clients navigate through the voucher system, right? Getting onto subsidized housing or receiving a voucher, it's a whole process. So they also agreed to this partnership, and they said, you know what, we're gonna step up even more, and we're gonna help carry some of the cost of this by providing some money to pay for the service coordinator through Volunteers of America, which does provide those wraparound services. So we established a 2-year pilot program. So this is your 1-year update on that program. And again, this really is just designed to be a bridge from homelessness to permanent housing. This is a program timeline. It came about fairly quickly in government terms. In June of '24, this council approved $200,000 in contingency funds from the fiscal year 23-24. In August, we came back with an agreement with VOA to provide the placement wraparound services as well as the renting the units to participants of the program. In fall of '24, a potential client list was started by Clean and Safe, and our first participant entered the program. In November, the housing coordinated, Mr. Cesar Garcia Arellano, our housing placement and person with VOA. He's amazing, wonderful. You'll hear more about him in a minute. He was hired by VOA, and that's really when we hit the ground running. This is how it works. So individuals are identified through outreach as possible participants in the program. So they meet that criteria of having some income, they're homeless, and they are on either the RHA waiting list or another subsidized housing waiting list. They are then given an assessment, and we use the community-wide assessment. It's called the CHAT. So really we're assessing for acuity. And why we do that is because some individuals may have such acute problems that it would be a misplacement for them to be in rapid rehousing. They may need more permanent supportive housing. And conversely, there are some people who may just need a deposit and they can be on their way without these services. So we like to assess to make sure people are getting into the right program. So they're assessed, accepted into the program, and they have a roof over their head at Volunteers of America, Village on Sage Street, and then that's where all the other benefits begin. So some other program benefits once they're there. This is really the meat of the program. They receive life skills training, financial literacy. First of all, they start paying 30% of their income toward the rent. So that really establishes the habit of paying rent for when their name does come up on the list for housing. They have created a habit of paying rent. Some of the individuals in the program are employed, but they may be underemployed or low-wage workers. So they also qualify for this program. So if they want to look for new jobs, they're assisted with that. Transportation is also provided to and from work via bus pass, doctor's appointments, housing appointments, things that they may normally not have access to, which would cause them to fall through the cracks in the system. And again, the ongoing service coordination, which provides the long-term stability once they get housed. So this is really like learning how to be a tenant. When you haven't been a tenant for a very long time, it's not that easy. We think it comes naturally, it doesn't. So they learn to pay their rent. They learn conflict resolution with their neighbors. They learn how to advocate for themselves with their landlord. So many different skills so that, again, they're ready for housing when their name comes up on the list. There's a little note on this slide I want you to remember. I'm going to test you on it. The average monthly cost of an unsheltered individual is over $3,600 per month to the community. So that includes shelters, jails, institutions, treatment centers, streets, you name it, it includes everything. That's the cost that that people use, and that came from the National Alliance to End Homelessness. $3,600, we're gonna come back to that. Okay, so program growth. Again, the first person was placed in September. Caesar was hired in November. By February, we were at 32% capacity. In May, 72%, and then in June, we were at 100% capacity, which is where we remain today. So with a modest waiting list. So we are ready as people exit the program. We have somebody ready to come in. So what do the numbers say? This is the impact. We've had 36 participants to date. 24 are currently enrolled. So we have one person move out and another one getting ready to move in. So we are full at 25, but that's our max. Of those who have left the program, 5 have been housed through a voucher through Reno Housing Authority. 3 have been permanently housed in other housing. So that could be other subsidized housing, could be market rate housing. They met a roommate, they moved on there. Either way, they're in safe, permanent housing. Of these 24, 8 have already completed their RHA interview process. So this is where I think it gets interesting and we're gonna start to see some real outcomes. We knew when we started this program, from the time someone gets on the RHA list to when they receive a voucher is about 12 to 18 months. So we're at the 12-month mark. Some of them had already been on the list, and so now we're starting to see a bunch of these vouchers start to come through. So I imagine the next few months we're gonna see quite a turnover in the program, which is the intent of the program. Those are just the numbers, but what about the personal story? I wanna share Christina's story with you. Hopefully.
Yeah, the embed's not working. Looks like it's not.
Okay, so we'll go in. Perfect. Thank you, Vale.
Well, Volunteers America runs the Village on Sage Street, which is a 312 dorm style unit housing facility, and we had regular renters, but about a year ago, the City of Reno and Volunteers America decided to collaborate and introduce a rapid rehousing program.
The Rapid Rehousing Program is a way for individuals who have income and are on a waiting list for permanent subsidized housing to be relocated to the Village on Sage, where they have a roof over their head, they have their own place, and they wait with full wraparound services for their name to come up on the waiting list.
My name is Christina, and I'm a Rapid Rehousing graduate. I was at Our Place Women's Shelter. I was there for 17 months. We applied for this place, and I was accepted. And then I came here, and they assigned me a new case manager. His name is Caesar.
I have the pleasure of working with Christina here at the Village on Sage Street as our service coordinator. She was one of our very first participants here. She came in from the Women and Children's Center in Sparks and made an immense growth here.
I would like to say that this place is an inspiration. It's definitely an inspiration. It's a step up from the shelter, for others. I gotta shed a tear because I just really enjoyed working with everybody in the office. They were just so respectful and nice to me, and
I want to give you guys both the greatest thank you ever for, enlightening my life.
The City of Reno, in partnership with Reno Housing Authority, funds the program. So how we fund the program is individuals, when they start living here, they pay 30% of their income toward the rent. Well, the City of Reno covers the difference. And the Reno Housing Authority helps pay for the service coordination, which is the wraparound services that are provided to the residents while they're staying here.
It's a wonderful program if you take advantage of it. You have to want to do it. You have to just take advantage of it and want to get things done. Like I said, this place is wonderful. I mean, it really is.
To see these individuals move through the program is phenomenal. To see
from when they first got to Village on Sage to when they're moving out to their own house, to see the progress that they've made, to see their confidence, to see family reconnections, you know, all of these amazing things, the resilience, you know, it's pretty phenomenal, very special.
Okay, so that $3,600 per month, I'm going to go back to that. This program costs $560 per month per participant. That includes the rental subsidy as well as the wraparound services. So a tremendous savings to the community. The average length of stay is about 6 months per participant. So as you can see, we're helping stop that cycle, getting people permanently housed for a fraction of the cost. We did receive 2 large donations. I was not given permission to name them publicly, but they know who they are. Thank you for that. And anyone who is interested, who's watching this or is interested in getting involved, you can email us at housing@reno.gov. Again, this is a collaborative effort. As we know in government, we're not siloed. We could not have done this without our partners, Reno Housing Authority, Volunteers of America, and our team, led by Jamie Peak. Where are you? Great job. And of course, this council and Manager Bryant, thank you so much. With that, I'll open it up to questions. I'm available, and then our partners are available as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, very inspirational, Elaine and team, to see, you know, what's possible when we decide that we have a service gap, really. We know that people are waiting for housing, but they're on a list. And that list seems interminable, right? I mean, 12 and 18 months is as good as never, right? In a lot of people's perspective. I was really pleased to see that we have been able to help so many. I do have a question. I know Village on Sage is single rooms, so this program can't help married people, I imagine. People with kids, another category.
Hi, Devin McFarlane with Volunteers America. To answer that question, yes. So for the collaboration at the Village on Sage Street, we are focused on serving the single occupants.
Right.
So really, the folks we're seeing, 60% have come out of our shelters, whether it be Our Place or CARES Campus. And so we're trying to get the ones out of the system who might otherwise get stuck in that revolving door.
No, totally commend you on that. I also know there's other categories of people or cohorts, I guess it's called. But, and I think at Our Place, I don't know if that's just single women or women with children as well.
Our Place does service the families as well.
Yeah.
So
is it possible we could expand this program to beyond Sage Street to a different kind of living quarter, like the nearby motel or the tiny home, which I think can support 2 people, I think. But anyway, that's my question.
I think that is a great aspiration, and I think after we finish this pilot program, we can reevaluate. I mean, I would love to, but, you know, you guys hold the purse strings, so.
No, I understand. I mean.
Really, it is something I think to aspire to, because there are couples and families that, and there are other supports in the community that have family rapid rehousing programs, other providers that do provide that. They may be slightly different, but yes.
Yeah. And then this runs out when? It's a 2-year program, I think.
Yeah, we have about a year left of funding, so we're on track with our funding to have it last the entire 2 years.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Let me ask first, Ms. McFarland, how is life with VOA going? Just a sort of a broad brush question. You've got a lot of different programming. It's an organization I know a lot about, and obviously give my best to Leo, and just let us know, how are things going?
Honestly, I think VOA has seen a lot of growth in the last few years, and I'm very excited to be a part of the growth in the community. I think we've had very positive change and a lot of great opportunities for partnerships in the community, and I think they've all been very needed steps, and we're just happy to continue to be a part of the solution.
Well, and there's a lot of pieces to it, right? Because you've got the CARES Campus, Village on Sage, Our Place, And more than that, or am I missing any components?
We do have Restart, and I should
Oh,
have
that's
also mentioned that does capture some of the families for rapid rehousing need, and I apologize for not speaking to that, but we do have some of that as support in the community through our Restart program.
Well, and I think what we hope for and what we communicated to Ms. Bryant, I think, when she brought these ideas forward with the team, is one of the things that we want to make sure happens is that people have an exit from the shelter. And that's the difficult part. I understand it's quite full. I was talking to Travis the other day about the shelter, and if there's nowhere to exit out of, there isn't really a plan. And so it just means that then people are being housed largely in a larger congregate facility, which has an absolute role to play. And so I'm hopeful that things like this program and like the adjacent, more skilled, long-term solution that's both, we've opened part of it, and then the next private operator will open, that has some exit opportunities for us. What are we looking at there?
So for continuation, we also have the Highway 40 that is joining the VOA family, and so we're making great strides and progress. It took a while to get that off the ground, but every day I drive by and it seems like we are just one step closer to opening another 27 community doors. And so that will specifically be folks with a higher acuity. So ideally, we're housing folks who wouldn't necessarily qualify for this rapid rehousing program and probably aren't suitable in sustaining their housing, and who are also just becoming stuck in the shelter systems, in the criminal systems, whatever it may be. So hopefully we will be able to be introducing a whole new stability for those individuals here.
And then I did have a question about some of the numbers that I saw. The max is 25 at any given time. That means there's 25 rooms set aside is what you're saying?
Correct.
And they're currently at capacity?
Yes.
Okay,
So-
but the average length of stay is 6 months. And so does it kind of naturally fall off that someone is coming out and then someone is coming in?
Yes, so the data we reported was 24 occupants, but we filled that spot after we submitted the data. So we are at 25. We've got a couple individuals. As we see someone gearing up to exit, we're interviewing the next 3 to see who's going to be able to come in and get that next
Well,
spot.
great update. Manager Bryant, if I may just ask one question, I'll leave it to you. These are dollars that came out of the general fund, or are they?
They are. They were a reallocation of some contingency funds at the end of last year. Council graciously allowed $200,000 to kind of go to see if this would work, and I think by all accounts it's been a beautiful.
Okay, well, I'll be interested to know when the reauthorization might have to happen. Thank you so much, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you, Ms. McFarland.
Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine, I have a question for you really quick. I think at the start of it, I'd love to see all of the collaboration for this, for everybody coming together for the common good of the community, because it is one of the biggest concerns that we hear. I'm going to skip right into the number part of it. If we're looking at $560 a month and we've had, I don't know, 36 participants, do we have a little bit over $150,000 left?
Roughly, yes.
Ish? Okay, so that's fantastic.
Yes.
That's great work, and it would be interesting to see our rental assistance program that we got, the dollars that we got at the legislature. Is that something that can be used for this program?
No, no.
Okay,
I don't believe
I
so.
didn't think so, but
No,
I was kind of hoping.
wish, but
Okay, well, just it's really a great program, great opportunity. Thank you all for working together. Real quick, I wanted to embarrass Heidi. Could you come up and introduce yourself, please?
Heidi McHenry with the Reno Housing Authority.
And you're the new assistant executive?
I've been the deputy executive director for 4 years.
Okay, so we added another deputy.
We added JD, yes.
Is
JD's
there
the
any-
new, I'm the veteran, he's the new.
So just so everybody knows, I'm extremely pleased to say that you were the winner of the Nevada Housing Coalition's 2025 Culture of Leadership Award.
Yes, I was. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you so much.
It was a great honor. It was great. It was a big surprise.
You were very surprised.
Yeah, very surprised, but yeah, it was wonderful. Yes.
Well, you deserve it, and I
Thank
think
you.
City of Reno was on the path the year before, so I mean,
Yes,
just
I
in
know.
this We're doing really good work in this space. Thank you.
Yeah, and absolutely, just want to add that this was a great presentation. I think this is a great example of collaboration in the community. You don't see it often enough, and as Housing Authority, we're thrilled to be a part of it.
Well, thank you.
Thanks.
Council members, other questions or comments? Councilmember Ebert.
Yeah. So I arrived kind of at the tail end of this because I was actually speaking with somebody that's using some of these services out front on my break or on our break. And one of the things they shared with me as a frustration piece is getting around, basically. They were here to get paperwork. They have difficulty walking. It's confusing to get into the building. They were really struggling, and I stopped to talk with them because I wanted to check to make sure that they didn't need assistance. They were, pretty tired out from walking and needed a break. So my concern is that people might have a little bit of roadblock physically, transportation-wise, to do the things they need to do to get into these programs, to get placed in housing. Do you guys have any kind of work that you do with RTC to help with like Ubers for people or getting paperwork to people? Because I was kind of disappointed to see that somebody would have to go through this kind of journey to get paperwork. So just kind of, if you can tell us what you're doing to support that angle of it.
Of course. So as far as folks who are in the program, I'm going to take this in a couple pieces. They're checking in with our office every time that they need a bus pass. They're communicating. We use access to healthcare. We order Lyfts or Ubers when needed if something falls through. We also work with other partners in the community who are able to provide transportation. We're partnered also with the RTC van over at the CARES campus, so that helps with driving folks to Social Security, to medical appointments, to the DMV office. So we're working really in collaboration with drivers to make sure that folks aren't having to struggle to get to appointments. We know how much of a burden that can be. As far as folks who might be trying to determine their eligibility and meet those needs, it again is a very collaborative effort. We have folks with the city Clean and Safe team who have all been very involved in the process, even over at the shelters. And so we're working with them. We're also able to, in a pinch, borrow a van that within the VOA network and drive folks where they need to go. So they have great access to transportation within this program. Sometimes I know, like right now upstairs, that someone could be applying for rental assistance, which may be one of the services that you're referencing that they're coming down to. And as if it were someone who was just a standard lodger with the village, we might give them the directions on the bus, but we wouldn't have as much additional services. But Caesar goes above and beyond to make sure all of his folks get from A to B. And again, I'm ordering an Uber in a pinch if we have to get somebody to their next place.
That's good to know, and I'm assuming this person just kind of fell through the cracks, maybe, unfortunately. So maybe I could share this person's contact info with you after.
Yeah, if they're a participant of the program, we'd love to know, just because I know Caesar's very on top of their case plan, and making sure that we have somebody set up to go to DMV tomorrow at 9:30. We had someone go Monday, so we're always playing shuffle and working and bothering our community partners to see who's going what direction so we can add our folks in.
Great. Do you do any work with Care Chest?
We do, yes. So I know for our ambulatory folks, I also have a staff member on our team who's very passionate about accessibility. So she's actually the wheelchair that you saw Christina in. She was able to get her for free, and she's been able to secure in the last few months about 5 of those wheelchairs for folks just in the community at the village.
That's great. That's great.
Councilmember Ebert, I think Manager Bryant.
Yes, just for the record, if you wouldn't mind giving that person my number.
Absolutely.
We have purchased a van for, I believe it was Karma Box. They will do transport.
Great.
Ambassadors do transport. The CARES campus does transport. Clean and Safe can make arrangements, and we have free bus passes. So transportation should not be a problem. So if there is, we'll figure out what it is and how to clear that hurdle.
Thank you.
Bet.
Council members, other questions? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for the work that you guys are doing. Really appreciate it. Okay, I think we're moving on to item F1. Do we have any public comment on this item? And then we'll ask Carl to read the ordinance.
We do not have any public comment registered and have not received any correspondence on this item.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6728, case number LDC 26-00001, Orcrest Drive zoning map amendment, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 1802 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a 2.36 acre site located on the north side of Orcrest Drive, 450 feet east of its intersection with Carson Lane, from large lot residential to mixed employment, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Ward 4.
Questions? Council? Motion?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk, I think we're moving on to item G1. Okay, Council Member Martinez.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everybody who applied and those that showed up to the interview, and thank you to Director Uliat for being with me for the applications and interviews. At this time, we'd like to fill both vacant positions. The first one is a reappointment of Jerry Wager. The second one is a new appointment for Lucas Ingvoldstad. Sorry if I mispronounced your name, but those were the two recommendations to the body.
You have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, I didn't ask, do we have any comment on, public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comment registered and have not received any correspondence.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. And now we are moving on to item H, which are council comments. Councilmember Ebert.
I do, but I totally just lost my train. If you can come back to me later.
Councilmember.
I don't have anything.
Councilmember Martinez, play it out so Councilmember Ebert can find a thought.
This Friday, the Truckee River Flood Management Authority Board of Directors will meet to discuss the design plan to move forward on the Rock, Mill, and McCarran parcels. So if anybody would like to watch or participate, you're welcome to do that. This Friday, October 24th at 1 p.m., we'll be meeting at the Sparks Chamber, and you can participate online as well. Just want to put that on the record.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, so I do have one. This last weekend, I was privileged to help lead a fall tree walk at Virginia Lake. And it worked out really well. I was able to borrow a golf cart from one of my neighbors, which served as the sag wagon, meaning there were a few people that were older that needed a lift. I also put a microphone on there because you're outdoors, and there was 35 participants. So I know that we're all looking for ways to mix it up with our constituents, make new connections. And we've often talked about meeting in coffee shops, but this kind of meeting is just as good. And we got to talk not just about trees, water, the history of Virginia Lake, but a number of residents came up to talk to me about other issues, such as the advanced purified water, storing water underground, generally water topics in general, other decisions, ADUs, and et cetera. So it's a great way, if you can think of an activity. I'm not suggesting pickleball because you're on the run, not a chance to really have a chat. But and I'm going to do something similar. I'm going to meet with some residents on Dickerson Road at Oxbow. It's going to be like 45, but I'm bringing coffee and hot chocolate. And their preference was to meet outside, so I'll probably have between 5 and 10 of those residents. But these are kind of good meetup opportunities, so just wanted to encourage everyone to keep looking for new ideas and share those. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Ebert?
Yeah, I did have something I wanted to ask if we could bring back on a future agenda, but I can't remember right now. I'm sorry. But I also don't remember if I talked about the fall festival we had in my ward a couple weeks ago, where we gave out pumpkins, free pumpkins for the kids, face painting, free food for the first 100 people, we had 2 food trucks and a coffee truck. Rolling Rec came out, gave out prizes and candy. We had, park games and things like that, and station to decorate pumpkins. Some different volunteer groups came out, including Reno Food Systems, which is great timing with this event because they bring their last harvest and give away free fresh produce to the community, which is awesome. And it was just a really great event, a lot of attendance, and Councilmember Taylor came out, which was great. She also stayed for a while, which was awesome. So I think that means she had a good time. So I just want to say that I'd like to find more ways to do things like this by partnering with the city of Reno throughout, different wards, but also more in my ward. I think it's a really high impact event that in the scheme of things doesn't cost a ton of money, so just looking for ways, maybe we could partner with other entities to help us with the cost of that, but it's just really great to do family-friendly things for kids, and economic times are tough for everyone, so anytime we can kind of do a free event, I think that would be great. So if we could, work on things like that, Manager Bryant, if you could help, that'd be wonderful. And also huge thank you to staff for making it happen. It was wonderful. And also thank you to Greens Feed for the bales of straw, and also Grocery Outlet for helping us get all the pumpkins we needed. We set up a really cool pumpkin patch so the kids could pick one out on their own and all that. So really great event. Just hoping we could do more of that, just kind of smaller activations throughout the city of Reno. So that was it. Thank you.
I'll just chime in real quick. I was at the Night Street Market, I think is what it was called, or maybe I got it wrong, and it was phenomenal. I mean, it was so much fun. I know you were there, Councilmember Anderson, on Friday. It was so good. It was exactly everything we want to see. There were families, there were strollers, there were dogs, there were food, there was light, there was music. It was really a good time. And then the Antique Mall Fair was on Sunday. It was really fabulous time downtown this weekend. So thank you to our team who does all that, and Rachel. I don't know where you are, but it was really good, great feedback. Thank you. I think we're looking for a motion to adjourn.
Motion, a second.
All those in favor?
Madam Vice Mayor, before we do that, can I just do?
Oh, public comment.
Yep.
Is there any public comment?
We don't have any public comment registered, but we did receive one neutral letter of correspondence that has been distributed to the Reno City Council.
Okay.
And now we can take a motion to adjourn.
I think we had a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, everyone.